is guilty of genocide. Day 446, and I'm pretty sure there's some of you who think that I'm going to quit talking about this because some of you may be tired of hearing about it. But if you're tired of hearing about genocide, imagine how much more difficult it is to be experiencing genocide. If you're tired of Brother Jeff talking about genocide, imagine how much more tired individuals are of living through a genocide. 446 days. Those opening words were around 9 months, but plenty of time has passed since then. 446 days of systemic rape. 446 days of food being used as a weapon, i.e. starvation. 446 days of no access to medical care. 446 days of no communication. 446 days of the international community basically turning their back on the Tagaru people. 446 days, and I wonder if in fact you'll just share this. Like someone is saying, what can I do? Maybe you could just hit share and share this. I'm not going to spend 5 hours with us tonight, though. However, what I am going to do is I'm going to share a link immediately, because you all know how to do this. You know how I do. It is Sunday, 446 days of genocide, 447 on this side of the pond. And immediately what I'm going to do is go ahead and give you an opportunity to join this conversation. That's what I'll do. We won't have to wait, and that way we won't have to go 5 hours or so. Let me figure this out. And then you tell me if this link is working, and then we'll get on down the road. Join the conversation. Here's the link. Boom, it's right there. There's the link. I put it right there in the chat, like immediately. And there are those who are not on Facebook, so you can also just share this with them. You could say, you know what? Brother Jeff's talking about genocide again in Ethiopia. If you want to join the conversation, just go ahead and hit that link. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to attempt to just here's what we're going to do. I'm going to attempt to pin that link. That way it will always be there, because there have been individuals in the past that said we've been having a one-sided conversation, and why isn't Brother Jeff talking about the genocide in Amhara, in the Amhara region? Why isn't Brother Jeff talking about the genocide in the Amhara region? You know, I've been talking about the genocide in what's been going on with the Oromo for a very long time. And I'm also talking about what's happening in the Afar region, talking about what's happening with the state of Gambela. Basically, what we can say is what's going on in Ethiopia, to where every time I talk about what's happening in Tigray, we already know what's happening with the Oromo, and the numbers just keep escalating, and the areas keep escalating. And there's our good friend Yodit. Like to say hello to Yodit Dada. And he says, because there is no genocide in Ethiopia. According to Yodit, all is fair, all is well, everything is great, and the international community is basically far behind. The international community is far behind Yodit. The international community, the humanitarian aid organizations, Amnesty International, the Red Cross, Doctors Without Borders, Everyone is misled. They just don't know what's going on. They just don't know what's going on, and Yo Deep, our good friend Yo Deep, does. You know what? That is really great to hear, Yo Deep, that there's nothing going on, and you're the only one that knows that nothing is going on. The whole world knows that something is going on, but Yo Deep doesn't know. He's a part of that team that says no more. And then did you notice how fast that no more movement disappeared? Like, I saw there was like this hashtag called no more, and it disappeared like within like 2 weeks. See, because marketing doesn't last. However, the Tagaru community has been protesting everywhere all throughout the diaspora for 446 days straight. 446 days straight. Listen to or pay attention to the determination. There was a movement called No More, and they had a couple of rallies. I attended those rallies, but trust me, I've been following the Horn of Africa, the diaspora, for a very long time. So for those of you who are running around with the myths and, hiding genocides and humanitarian abuses and getting inside of the African Union and sitting around big chairs and tables and saying, Madam this, Mr. that. Like, we're not even listening to you anymore. Because right there in your own backyard, 446 days of genocide, and the African Union is just like the rest of the international community doing nothing. At least the United Nations and others say things like it's a tragedy, we shouldn't be doing that, and I'm going to give you a stern warning. It doesn't make us feel good. We'll see you later. We're going over to the Ukraine. The African leaders are like, you're slaughtering your people over there, and you're slaughtering your people over there, and you're an African leader, and you're slaughtering your people over there, and you've got a dictatorship over there, and you've got a dictatorship over there, and you're gouging and partnering and giving away all the resources to the world while your people starve. And so since you're doing it, and you're doing it, and you're doing it, and you're doing it, how dare us say anything about what's happening in Tigray? Like, how dare us? Like, and then they say things like this: African solutions to African problems. Marketing. Stop the genocide in Tigray. 446 days. African solutions for African problems. And Yo Deep says, no genocide, no nothing. It's all good. The injura's flowing in Ethiopia. Come join me for a coffee ceremony, over in Finfini. Come join me for a coffee ceremony, because nothing happening in Ethiopia, brother Jeff. You can fly right there on Ethiopian Airlines and get right on in and fly right on into Aksum again, the holy city of Aksum. Flow, just go right in and walk right up to the Ark of the Covenant like you've always done. Stop the genocide in Tigray. Some of the greatest haters of black people are black people. Some of the greatest haters of black people are black people. And guess who knows that? Guess who knows that some of the greatest haters of black people are black people? The European nations that use black people to destroy each other so that they can have all of the resources inside of the land of black people. We haven't figured it out. It's 21st century. Stop the genocide in Tigray. Nothing happening in Ethiopia, brother Jeff. That's Yo Deep. Nothing happening in Ethiopia. My friend Yo Deep. It's like nothing happening in Ethiopia. Well, according to Amnesty International, where there's a report that I'm going to continue to refer to because it just disturbs my entire being, my entire spirit, when I read something that says, I don't know if they realized I was a person, rape and other sexual violence in the conflict in Tigray. Like, I'm reading that in the 21st century, and I'm reading a paragraph, a statement that says, at night we left and walked and went to go home, or they were heading to Hamdayet near the river. We found Eritrean soldiers, a group of them. They took both me and my husband. They raped me. 5 of them raped me. They insulted me. They said, you are a game. Disgusting. Backwards. This is what you deserve. Then they killed her husband. See, that would make you raise your voice for 446 days. If you had a heart and if that was a part of your family, or if you were a part of the human family, if you just read something like that, you probably wouldn't say, it's not happening, Brother Jeff. That's not happening. Who would lie about that? Like, it's not happening, Brother Jeff. Wouldn't you say we should open up and put as much sunlight on this and have independent investigators go into all of these different places and see what's happening? But no, what you're saying is it's not happening. Like, it's not happening. It's not happening. And then when I trace all of the individuals who say it's not happening, 9 out of 10 of them, or 9 out of 10 of them, or 10 out of 10 of them are from the Amhara background. Like, the loudest voice that says not happening, they're a part of an ethnic group called Amhara. And their statement is not happening, Brother Jeff. Like, just trust me. Trust me, you're not going to find an Oromo on this thread that says, Brother Jeff, that's not happening. The Oromo are going to say, you know what? Not only is it happening there and it's disgusting, but guess what? It's happening in our land as well. The only ones that say that it's not happening are known as Amhara. Now, I'm not saying Amhara people are bad. I'm just saying those who deny genocide are disgusting. Because all you have to do is say something like this. I've been hearing a lot about this, and I'm concerned, and I want to get more information, and we should look into that at any way possible. We should not have this in the 21st century. But what they say is blatantly, bruh, not happening. Nope, 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 nope. And then, I'm not done. And then they have a 2-week movement. So like a 2-week movement, not a 446 days of outrage because individuals are trying to talk to their family members. Individuals that have not talked to their family members. They are getting reports and seeing bodies in the news that are their relatives. They are concerned because they're losing family members every day for 446 days. And nobody's saying, well, why are drones flying inside of Ethiopia, bombing Ethiopian people? But they'll say, that TPLF. Like, they say TPLF, and I say, well, why are women being raped? Like, why are children being starved? You know, why are hospitals being bombed, and why are holy sites being destroyed, and why are farmers not able to farm? Stop the genocide in Tigray. And you know what I'm going to say? This is going to probably shock some individuals. See, because I'm also willing to say, stop the genocide in Amhara. See, all you got to do is tell me it's happening, and I'll say stop it. I'm not a denier. Ain't nothing happening. How would I know? There's no media. There's no sunlight. There's no independent investigation. So whatever anybody says, I'm going to say stop it. Like, stop it. Stop it. I'm not going to say, no, it's not happening. How would I know? what's happening and what's not happening when in fact you don't know. I've got documentation and I've talked to enough individuals to know that something is happening in Tigray. I've got enough information to know that political prisoners have been held from the Oromo community in the midst of a so-called election. And then when the election takes place and you get a Prime Minister, Abiy Ahmed, all of a sudden, let's release the release the political prisoners. Why? Because I don't have to run against some folks that would have beat me, like beat the brakes off of me. I don't have to run against somebody who can't campaign because I got them locked up. I don't have to run against Jawar Muhammad. I don't have to do that. And then you know what? And the international community is looking at these black folks and they're tickled pink because throughout history, they've been benefiting from that nonsense ever since they ran into you. And we still are like genocidal toward one another. Nobody believes what's going on with black folks anywhere in the world. You don't even believe what we do to one another. You don't even believe what's going on inside of Ethiopia, which is the same thing that's going on in every state around the planet where you find black folks. They got a whole bunch of guns that somehow came from somewhere else. And guess what? We haven't produced one gun since we put a spear out into the universe. You don't got a Remington. You don't got an AK. You don't got nothing but what European nations give to you to kill each other. Stop the genocide in Tigray. 446 days. Now, let me tell you a few things. Again, for those of you who are just joining and you're just kind of tuning in and you don't know what Brother Jeff is talking about and you're just kind of getting up to speed. The only thing I want you to know right now is that there's a genocide taking place in Tigray. Tigray is north of Ethiopia, south of Eritrea, east of the Sudan, and in the hearts of the Tigray community throughout the diaspora. They used to consider themselves Ethiopian. Like, can you imagine? Let me just draw an analogy for you. Everybody, there's a link that's up, and you can hit those links. And if you put your hand up, I'll be able to see your hand, and then I'll, hit something in the chat so I can know what you might want to talk about. Because some of y'all are kind of like, all you want to do is say, Brother Jeff, you're a junta. Like you want to get on like, Brother Jeff, junta. I'm like, man, you're gonna have to expand your vocabulary. Brother Jeff Junta, I know you've been denied education. I know it. Because the way you create genocide is by you dim the mind of individuals and they think, everything's okay. Everything's okay. But we're going to have you up your vocabulary, up and expand your vision. Because if you think genocide is a good thing in the 21st century, the whole world is laughing at you. The whole world is laughing at you. Like, stop the genocide in Tigray. I just mentioned something to you when I was reading about the 25-year-old mother who was raped and her husband was killed, and it was done by Eritrean soldiers. The first thing you should have asked yourself is, what are Eritrean soldiers doing inside of Ethiopia? I have to remind someone, Eritrea is a sovereign nation. Can you imagine a sovereign nation inside of another nation attacking, raping, looting, pillaging inside of your nation? And you got folks that say, that okay, that like that, yeah, that's like, they like this. They like this. They like this. Stop the genocide in Tigray. You know, one of the components of genocide is denial. Another is another component of genocide is vilifying those that you would seek to eradicate. And what I mean by vilifying, you start calling them names that would take away their humanity, so you think you're doing something to a cockroach. That's not a person. Who is it? Like Abiy, man, who's that? That is not a person. That's a cockroach. Like, that not a person, that a cockroach. It's like, that's not a person, that's a cockroach. I mean, can you imagine in the 21st century? Okay, before I go to the phone lines, I'm going to tell you a couple of things. I'm going to break a couple of things down for those of you who are just signing up, just showing up. I'm going to tell you 99% of everything that you've heard about Ethiopia is either fabricated marketing that has you all enamored with the unity of black folks and a beacon of hope for the world, and all that's garbage. That's what Brother Jeff just told you. Sorry to hurt your feelings. Sorry to tell you that the Tooth Fairy doesn't exist, and nor does Santa Claus. Sorry to tell you black unity inside of Ethiopia does not exist. Why? Because I just told you about genocide. When I said genocide in Tigray, the community of the Amhara said, we got a genocide too. The Oromo, they got a genocide too. The Afar, they got a genocide too. And now you're going to try to tell me that black folks are united and we should somehow try to be like Ethiopia, that never been colonized, and it's in the Bible, like it in the Bible. Like, man, if we don't wake up, if we don't wake up and get from behind these myths and do the hard work of figuring out what it's going to take for black folks throughout the diaspora to unite, to stop being victimized, and to stop having the resources raped, and then visiting so-called civilized nations and not wondering that everything in that civilized nation is on the back of black folks throughout the diaspora. If you're in the diaspora, if you're just listening to this next part, the next time, and I think that you guys are testing me now. I think that there are people who listen to me and then I just see them and we're just like having some conversations and never talked to them before, and then inevitably they'll tell me, you know what, Brother Jeff? And I'm like, what's up? And they're like, Ethiopia has never been colonized. And I'm like, oh, here we go. Am I about to ruin your Christmas and tell you Santa Claus didn't bring them presents? And like that Tooth Fairy didn't put that money up under that pillow? Are you trying to make me the victim here? Like, are you trying to make me the villain? Because I'm going to have to tell you that is the biggest nonsense you've probably heard in your entire life, and that there's a genocide taking place inside of Tigray right now. Amhara, Oromo, the whole dang nation. And then you have individuals say things like, well, actually everything's all good. Meet you in Finfinny. I'll meet you in Finfinny. Like, I'll meet you in Finfinny. I've been doing some tracking. I just told you about the Eritrean troops. Listen to this one, because this one blows my mind too. Tadele, 32-year-old woman from Humera, told Amnesty International that she was arrested on the 17th of November. This is 2020. A man from the Amhara Special Forces came and took me from my home. He said I was one of the wanted junta. In detention, they beat me 3 times a day, every morning, in the afternoon and night. And guess what else? They came in every night and raped me. Came in every night and raped me. See, I just told you something real quick. You should be asking the question, what's going on with the Tigray, what's going on with the Eritreans, and then what's going on with the Amhara Special Forces? See, I just broke something down for you. Just questions. Just questions. If you don't believe me, why don't you just go to Tigray? Well, most of the folks that are listening that talk about Tigray, they've never even been there. Like, they've never even been there. I'm going to talk to my man Danny in a moment. I'm going to get my update from Danny in a moment. Oh, man. All right. Quick lesson before we move down the road. Because, I take all questions. I'm not saying I have all the answers, but I do know that 446 days ago, I had a whole totally different view of Ethiopia than I do 446 days later, because my eyes were open when I was in a land and then learned that the land that I've been studying for so long is dealing with a genocide. And I said, well, what's going on? I thought Ethiopians particularly were just happy, friendly, cool folks. They're cool with me. They're just not cool with each other. Not cool with each other. See, and here's old Noni. F you. Like, F you. See, I'm telling you, you gotta up your vocabulary. You gotta up your vocabulary. You gotta expand your mind. Because this is what we're trying to stop. We're trying to stop folks from effing other folks in the name of genocide. Noni, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to stop that. Like, we're trying to stop that. Noni. Like, Noni. Like, F you. Man. F you. Everybody hit that link because we're going to start getting into this conversation. Ethiopia, listen to this. I'm going to break something down for you all. I'm going to break something down for you real quick. For those of you who don't know, you've heard this before, but I've got to tell you this before again for those individuals who may not know it. Ethiopia is an empire, or was an empire. Right now they have it's a federation. They have a constitution, but they don't follow the constitution, by the way. They do not follow the Constitution. And usually when I talk to individuals, I just say, why aren't you following your Constitution? They'd be like, we don't like that. We don't like, they're mainly Amhara. My Amhara friends. Like, we don't like that. We don't like that. Like, why don't you follow the Constitution? We don't like it. I'm like, why don't you carry the flag of Ethiopia at your protest? We don't like that. Like, let me just show you guys something real quick. I've shown you this before, but I'll show you this again for those of you who are keeping up. Now, I'm going to show you. This is a protest. This is a protest, and it's about Ethiopia. It's about Ethiopia, one Ethiopia, and there's just one ethnic group there along with another nation. There is not an Ethiopian flag at the Ethiopian protest. There's not an Ethiopian national flag at the Ethiopian protest. Sorry if you're not able to see this via Zoom, but on Facebook you'd be able to see this. We're just breaking a few things down. And I'm thankful for the individuals who finally just, because Brother Jeff, I'm always belaboring the point. I'm always asking. And so finally, folks just started telling me, there ain't no flag there because we don't like that flag. Like, we don't like that flag. One Ethiopia, but we don't like our Ethiopian flag. I'm like, why don't you just follow the Constitution? Nah, we don't like the Constitution. We don't like that Constitution. So a nation that doesn't follow their Constitution, what would you call that? I call it 19th century Abiy Ahmed. I don't know what you call it. I call it 19th century Abiy Ahmed. You got a constitution, don't want to follow the Constitution. Why? Don't like the Constitution. Lock Jawar Muhammad up with no fair trial, none of that, and then have an election and let him out. We don't like the Constitution. What do you call that? 19th century Abiy Ahmed. See, I break this stuff down. I'm not going to Ethiopia because I already know what you do. You poison folks that call and talk the truth. Like, that's what you do. Then if you go to Eritrea, they put you in a hot box. It's like, man, I'm going to hang out at least where there's a semblance of democracy. And as a matter of fact, there's a lot of individuals from Ethiopia. They're all throughout the diaspora, and they never plan to go back to that place. Never. As a matter of fact, they're constantly trying to bring their family out of that place. Why? Because we haven't figured out how to deal with and respect the humanity of one another, so much so that when a genocide takes place, you can walk down the street and walk into your favorite church and say, oh, it's Ethiopian Christmas. It's Ethiopian New Year. You just walk right past New Year. You walk right past genocide with a cross on, talking about, oh, bless me. Man, if you don't stop. like TPLF. Okay, catching up. Everybody, there's like 9 to 10 nations or states within Ethiopia. Now listen to this. State of Tigray, state of Afar, state of Amhara, state of Oromo, state of Somalia, state of Benishangul Gomez, state of the Southern Nations, nationalities and people, state of the Gambella people, state of Harari. Why ain't there no state of Ethiopia? See, I be asking these questions. Nobody wants to answer them. If I just told you the states of all these people, then where's the state of Ethiopia? Where's the Ethiopian people? Where's the Ethiopian culture? Where's the Ethiopian language? Oh, well, Brother Jeff, Ethiopian language is Amharic. Well, that's the state of Amhara. They got their own state. I asked you what's the state of Ethiopia. No, we don't. Brother Jeff, now you asking too many questions. You asking too many questions. I got to tell you a couple of things that individuals told me along the way, and you've heard them. I've been saying Ethiopia is an empire. They got a constitution, they don't follow it, so now it's back to empire. Brother called me on the show. You'll hear them. They'll come up because I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to say what they want to say. He said, Brother Jeff, Ethiopia, I'm tired of you saying that Ethiopia is an empire. Ethiopia is not an empire. It's never been an empire. I'm saying, well, if it's not an empire, why you got an emperor? If it's not an empire, why do you have an emperor? Ethiopia has never been colonized. Okay. We're going to have to qualify that question now. I got some questions for that too. If Ethiopia has never been colonized, then why is there a genocide taking place right now? And all through the land. I know the answer. I won't bring it up today, but I'll talk about that another day. The next thing, my friend Sarah, she called me and she said, Brother Jeff, you need to read history. You don't know what you're talking about, or you do know what you're talking about. You're just so sweet. Like, you're just so, like, you're just being deceived by these TPLF and these OLA folks. Like, you've met, like, these Oromo and these TPLF folks, they like deceiving you, and you just like, and do you read the Bible? Like, Brother Jeff, you read the Bible? She said, because Brother Jeff, you do know that the oldest written language in Africa is Amharic. I said, huh. She said, see, they try to blow you away they know that's what they do when you don't know. They just tell you anything. They're like, the oldest written language is Amharic. And I'm like, really? She said, and I read my Bible in Amharic. And I said, I guarantee you it was some European missionaries that translated that Ethiopian Bible into Amharic, and you probably a Protestant. Them Europeans was telling you, you don't know nothing about Christianity. And they gave you your Bible written in Amharic, and it was the missionary societies that came out of Europe. And by the way, Amharic isn't the oldest. You can go back to Ge'ez, where Amharic comes from. And she's like, Amharic is the oldest written, but it comes from Giz. And I'm like, did you just tell me that the child gave birth to its own father? Like, you're just trying to tell me that the child gave birth to the father? Like, see, 98% of this stuff you're hearing is a fallacy. And now Brother Jeff has to tell you that the tooth fairy is not real. And there are going to be some individuals that get upset with me. And they be like, F you. Like, F you. Like, that's what we're trying to stop. So we're trying to stop. So I'm going to go ahead right now, and I'm going to go ahead and link the Tagaru with King Azana. I'm just going to talk about, the closeness. Let's go King Azana. I don't know who to link Oromo to, but there's someone here that's got that. I want to hear from the scholars tonight, some folks who know some stuff, that study the history and can share it, because we want to know. So I want to get down to some Oromo history. The Amhara. Now, some of you all say, "Oh, the Amhara ain't real. They don't have nothing." No, the Amhara are real. Like, come on, let's just be fair. Like, let's be fair. They don't have a land. Yes, they have a land. They at least when you read the literature and you go back in history, at least since the 4th century, yes, the Amhara had a land base. So let's not erase everybody's history, because in the empire everybody's history gets erased depending on who the next king is. The Amhara have a land. So let's join that. Let's just acknowledge that. And if you say they don't, I'll bring it up and I'll break it down to you. But I'm gonna link the Tigrayans to King Azana, because they're closest to King Azana. And I'm going to link them all the way to the Zagwe Empire as well. When the Aksumite kingdom moved inward and made its way, up to where the Zagwe kings and all of that. I'm gonna say that's an extension of what's happening, through Aksum, and I could prove that. So I'm going to take them up to Lasta as well. I'm going to link the Amhara with Yakanu Amlak. I'm going to link the Amhara to Yakanu Amlak. And I might not be saying it right, but I guarantee you, if you do some research, you might find that if you want to hear the story of the Amhara, you're going to have to know Yakanu Amlak. You're going to have to know the story of the Yakanu Amlak. Okay? The Eritreans are going to be a little bit tricky. You see, I've been piecing this thing together. Yakunu Amlak, let's hook them up with the Amhara. The Eritreans, this is going to be very interesting, because here's Dara talking about, shut up, you don't know nothing about history. It's like, whatever. Just hit that link. Hit that link and you'll be able to break your knowledge of history down, and I'll listen to you. The Eritreans are going to be a little interesting. Only because some of you are going to say that Ethiopia never been colonized, Ethiopia had never been colonized, and y'all keep playing with me with that. And you got me all in my, you're trying to test me. Okay, was Eritrea part of Ethiopia at any particular time in world history? Was Eritrea part of Ethiopia at any particular time in world history? Let's do this. Let's do this. Was Eritrea part of Ethiopia at any particular time? And if you say yes, I'm going to have to ask you about this colonization question, because they are not part of Ethiopia anymore. Well, actually, they're working their way back through Isaias Afwerki. They might be running all of Ethiopia right now. Eritrean, and Eritrea is an Italian word. So we're going to go ahead and link the Eritreans to Italians. Until they say they are not Italians, see, the Eritreans going to have to say, we're not Italians. But then they're going to have to say, and we're not Ethiopians. That's a dilemma. It's going to be a dilemma. Great people, but I love the Eritreans. I can't stand Isaias Afwerki, and I don't like dictatorships. If you like democracy and you tell me, hooray for Eritrea, and you're cheering for North Korea right now, you and I are on this different pages. Then I'm going to have to ask you, well, then if Eritrea is not a part of Ethiopia, when was the war with the Italians to where the Eritreans or the Italians won and took Eritrea as its booty, as its prize? Like, when was that war? You're going to be like, there goes Brother Jeff asking them questions again, asking them questions again. Asking them questions again. The Italians got Eritrea via a treaty. Like it was like a signature thing. It was like Menelik was like, how about I give you some land up there by the Red Sea? Like, keep me landlocked, but you're so cool. Let me give you the land up by the water, like, but by the ports, like up by the ports. See, there they go. F off. Like, nope, we're not. This is what we're trying to stop right now, sir. We're trying to stop the genocide. We're trying to stop the genocide. We're not trying to keep the genocide going. You've got to keep up. There was a treaty that gave the Italians what's known as Eritrea. It wasn't a war. Matter of fact, Ras Alula, as a general under Hatsé Yohannes, they was beating the brakes off of those Italians. They was beating them brakes off them Italians. As a matter of fact, Ras Alula had been held, many of them, hostage. You whoop the Italians and then sign a letter and say, here, you can have the Red Sea. What'd you go to war with them for then anyway, Menelik? Like, Menelik? All right. The Oromo, I don't know who to link the Oromo to yet. I got to dig into that. I'm starting to think the Oromo are like the Native Americans of the United States of America. Like, the Oromo are probably like the native indigenous folks of the United States of America. So I'll have to let some of my Oromo callers break that history down in terms of who's the name we could link to that, because I'm going King Azana with the Tigarians. I'm going, Crispy, the Italians with Eritrea. I'm going Yakunu Amlak with the Amhara. Now I need to figure out whose name I'm going to put up here with the Oromo, and then I'm going to ask the question today: can they all get along? All right, let me just look at these comments and see who I'm going to bring up. The reason I got to look in the chat and see what they're talking about, because I don't want to bring in somebody's talking about F you, junta. Oh no. Let me see. And again, I take all customers, so here we go. Man. Okay, Nikki DeGrai is here. I had an Oromo I had someone with the Oromo. Let me see. Mickey, I gotta bring you up to a panelist. I gotta change your status for just a second. Looking for someone from the Oromo community in just a second. But, however, right there. I'm going to start bringing some individuals up. There's our friend Demi. Are you there? Are you there, Deme? Are you there? If you are, can you unmute for just a second? Because I know you got some of this history that you could share with me. Because we've talked before. Are you there?
Yes, Brother Jeff. I'm here. How are you?
I'm doing well. I got to ask you a question because I want to get some Oromo origin history, and I know that that's probably like an all-encompassing catch term. I don't know the history of even that word. I know that Gala, that the word Gala is very offensive. And let me tell you, I was reading, by the way, Henry Stern. I don't know if anybody knows of Henry Stern, and he was talking about his time wandering amongst the Falasha in Abyssinia. And he casually, like a lot of other writers and scholars, just say Gala, and that was a way to distinguish away from the Christians and the Muslims, and then they would just say Gala is kind of like these pagan wanderers of, or heathens, but they just use this term Gala, and then all of a sudden there's this word Oromo, and I don't use Gala, but can you just kind of tell me the best way to link with some of the origin of Oromo history?
Sure, Brother Jeff, as you might hear, right now I'm actually outside where there are so many people, and I would not be able to go into details about this, but what we can do is we can make a time. What I can say to you generally is that the word Gala, a lot of people have explain it differently. The Oromos definitely don't want to be called by that name, and it's the name that was given to the Oromos by the colonizers. Now, if I want to explain the word Oromo, you might ask, okay, every book that I read that are written by the Westerners about Oromo history refers to the group of people that we call Oromo today. They're referring to them as Gala. So where does the word Oromo come from? Is that your question?
Yeah, and then also, is there a person that you would say is a like the origin? Like I'm saying, like Izana, Izana is really linked up to the Aksumite Empire. Yakanu Amlek is with the Amhara. The Italians have a relationship with Eritrea, and then the Oromo. Who's the person? Like, where's the origin?
Okay, have you ever read about Lijiyasu?
No, that's what I want to know. Is that name? What is that name?
Okay, Iyasu was actually a Wolo Oromo.
Oh yeah, I know Iyasu. Yeah, Iyasu.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I don't mean to preach religion here, and religion is not our topic here, but I just wanted to point out the first Bible was actually translated. Before it was translated into Amharic, it was translated into Oromo by a guy called, his real name is actually Hika Awaji. This guy was sold as a slave, and he went to Europe. He was first in Eritrea, and then they kept buying him, and he ended up in Sweden. I can actually recommend books again, and I'll be emailing you with links and information about the origin of the word Oromo and who do you link Oromo to. And this guy actually, they used to refer to the Oromos as Orma. But what I want to highlight here, with the limited time I have, and with the because of the constraint where I am, and not having some of the sources with me, the name Gal. Can you hear me now? There was a phone coming through.
No,
and
yeah,
I got disconnected.
I can hear you.
I have to reject that call. So if I did understand your question correctly, if you want to know about Oromo, in fact, the fact that you can't find Oromo history with the successive kings of Abyssinian kings tells you something about Oromo, that we had nothing to do with them before colony. And if I can, let me just forward you an email that I have, how actually up until 2018, how Oromo was colonized, how the name Galla was being used to look down upon Oromos, and all that. But yes, the Western historians that wrote history actually were visiting at the time where Oromo was actually completely subdued and was forced to surrender when Lijiyasu was killed, and the Abyssinians, especially Menelik II, with the help of the British, at that time, Oromo history was completely eradicated. No Oromo was allowed to go to school at the time. In fact, as recent as during the Haile Selassie era, Oromo was not allowed to learn beyond grade 4 because they were very scared. I can also suggest a book, The Pioneers of Ethiopia, that would clearly tell you how Ethiopia was established. And what I find very very contradictory here is when Ethiopians, the Habeshas, the people that actually support this colonizer mentality, are actually disagreeing with their own, with the books that their own people wrote about the formation of Ethiopia. So, as I said, I can come back prepared for this. I'm not a historian, but I have links. I have actually history very summarized that would give you a good picture as to where Oromo stands in the current Ethiopian empire and how Oromo was colonized. If it's okay, that's what I would love to do. Okay. Would that help?
Well, yeah, that would be very helpful. I know you're busy, but I thank you so much for your time. And please, at some point, and maybe even before you leave, just privately shoot me your email, and then I'll be in touch with you also.
I will. Definitely, I will email you in about 2 to 3 hours. I'll be emailing you a very good source that would actually give you a lot of understanding as to where we stand in the empire's history. That was prepared for another purpose, where we were doing a documentary. So I will be very happy to share that with you. That, I'm sure, will give you a good understanding. Okay. So we'll do that, and I'll send you my email as well. Thank you so much for all you're doing here to dig out the truth. And as you can see, you will be insulted. You can see comments here. People would. There are people that are. What can I say, blinded to the point that they call their own race monkey. These are the kind of mentality that we deal with in Ethiopia. And these are the people that were saying that they're not even Africans. I can send you videos. They claim their descendants is from Jewish. And a scholar, a young man back in 1940s, he's still, I think 40s or 50s, he's still alive, and he served as some minister in the Ethiopian government was debating with Americans in this very short clip, where he was saying that no, we Ethiopians are not Africans. We're not black. Okay, so
Wow.
they don't know history. I'll send it that. I'll also send it that. It is funny.
Well,
Well, they claim that they're not go to anywhere. If I've lived in Kenya for a year, and I know Habeshas, the Amharas especially, looking down on Kenyans and saying, no, we're not black, we're not Africans. See, this mentality has to go. Okay, and then they come around and contradict themselves, and they would tell you, Ethiopia, we have a 3,000 history. Ethiopia has 3,000 history. And then anytime they'll come back and tell you, claim they descended from King Solomon. We don't get it. And these are the kind of people you deal with. They're not ready to learn. They don't have open mind. They're not, and that the reason is because they know what they're doing is not right. They know that they are claiming another people's history. They know how it happened. And of course, the neo-Neftanya's currently are even worse than their forefathers, to be honest. So I don't mean to insult anyone here, but this is the truth on the ground.
well,
As I said, I'll do that. Thank you so much. And keep doing what you're doing, brother. It does help. I was actually inviting a friend, a scholar, that I've asked him to follow you. He's told me that he has followed you, and that this would be a very good outlet, a very good meeting where we can actually learn from each other. If we are humble enough to know the truth, if we want to know the truth. Now, by denying the truth and just blindly insulting people, like the guy that was talking the other day, if you tell them the truth, what they say is that, you are dividing Ethiopia, you are anti-unity. Now, really, what's unity? No unity under the terms. So this is the sentiment that they've been using for so long. Now it's being challenged to the fullest, and I don't think there is any nation in Ethiopia that is going to accept their century and a half long narrative. Now it's being challenged, and that's why they're so mad. And the current government is also supporting it. But as much as the current government is supporting this, also the nations and nationalities that have been colonized are also as determined as the neo-Neftanyas, or even more determined to get this right for once and all. Okay? I want them to know this, even if for the ones that are in this group and listening to me, what you're doing, you not being able to explain yourselves, they write books, okay? The illets that will come up, it's like a legend, a false that have been told, that is told repeatedly, becomes the truth, because no one can challenge them in the past, couldn't challenge them in the past. Now that is changing. With this generation, it is changing. Oromos are now more educated. There are sons and daughters of Oromo that are ready to tackle this and challenge.
well,
So it's not going to work.
well, I'm telling you, thank you so much. I know that you are, you're traveling, you're outside. There are a lot of individuals, that are around you, but please be in touch so that we can continue to get this information. I don't understand how Ethiopia will ever be able to come together while excluding other stories, histories, languages, etc. And hopefully it's going to do better. I got to bring up, because before I go to someone else, I've got to bring up, let me go over here. I've got to ask Mickey Tigray. Let me expand this real quick. Mickey Tigray, I'm doing the technical stuff right there. Mickey Tigray, welcome.
What's up, Brother Jeff?
I'm asking those questions again that make folks nervous, and it's hard being the person who says that Santa Claus didn't come down that chimney with them gifts, and it's hard to say the tooth fairy, is not real. But at some point, we've got to face reality, and I have a good sense of the Tagaru. I have a good sense of the Eritreans. I know that the Yeju Oromo people, what they call the sub-clan of the Barinto branch. There's so many. There, like inside of each one of these groups is another massive explosion of other groups. And my point being is, it's so easy to narrow Ethiopia, which it was an empire, and it was it's so difficult to narrow it down to just one simple narrative of these people are Ethiopians. And I know that there are those who are saying they want to have one Ethiopia, but they don't even know what that even means or represents. Welcome. And it's been 446 days of genocide. And I understand that Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed is sending troops up to Tigray. Can you give us an update for what's on the ground right now before I get back into some more history?
Absolutely. I like that woman you had. I was hoping she'd stay another minute or two because she's an incredible, amazing woman. Hats off to her and to the many Oromos back at home. Sadly, many Tigrayans in the tens of thousands who were rounded up by the Amhara-led elite military in Addis Ababa and the Eritrean security forces. Abiy Ahmed is simply lost in the process, and he recently said that he had no idea tens of thousands of civilian ethnic Tigrayans were arrested, and that if that was the case, the police were just doing it on their own, that there was no order from his office. So then this is him responding to the United States government officials and to the United Kingdom, who are trying to create peace deal with him between the Tigrayan Defense Forces and the Ethiopian Abiy Ahmed administration. And what he asked the Amhara regional forces, FANA, to withdraw from Tigray region, obviously they don't answer to him. So what you have going is the Oromo, who in fact actually were among the people who've gone through so much hardship for generations and generations, even under EPRDF, many Oromos were oppressed. And what's amazing to me is they are able to see the difference between fighting between military and civilians that have nothing to do with the fighting. So in Addis Ababa, the very few people that are now allowed to be released from jail, you have to have a sort of, in America, what we call bondsman, a bondsperson to bond you to. Basically, somebody has to come in, identify themselves, provide you their ID, and they have to sign off on your behalf to ensure that you could be found at any time. If not, the person who is taking responsibility for you will be the one going to jail on your behalf. And guess what? Most people, most Tigrayans who are rounded up in Addis Ababa that have no family to do that for them, the Oromo community is massively responding, saying we will be the ones signing for them and help them to be released from prison, because we know Tigrayan civilians in Addis Ababa and throughout southern Ethiopia, one, don't deserve what they're going through, and two, they are the most peaceful civilians in Addis Ababa. Many of them were born and raised in Addis Ababa. So besides having ethnic Tigrayans, they have nothing to do with this. So yesterday, while Abiy Ahmed publicly and privately say that he wants to negotiate and make peace, Eritrea refused to get out of Tigray. The Amhara Fana refused to get out of Tigray. And the Amhara Regional Force refused to get out of Tigray. Yet, one of his generals yesterday say that they are going to Tigray, they are going to invade Tigray, they are going to go to Mekelle and destroy Tigray and get rid of TDF and its leadership. Literally on national television in Ethiopia yesterday, on television broadcasting called Fana Broadcasting, Fano. Reuters, which is pretty well known international news media, reached out to the office of the prime minister, and yet have not responded, because while supposedly the prime minister of Ethiopia is saying he wants to make peace deal, his general is saying, no, we're going to go to Mekelle and we're going to destroy Tigray. Now, you tell me, in the United States of America, if you're the commander-in-chief of the armed force, the military, you don't get to override the government of your government, the president of the United States. The commander-in-chief orders you to do things, and you report to your commanders, and you follow what you are told to do in order to. So when you have a prime minister saying, yeah, I want to make peace, and then the chief commander and the general of the armed forces in Ethiopia is saying, nope, we're not going to negotiate. And he is an Amhara ethnic. So make note. So this is very clear. This is not an attack on the Amhara population, but the Amhara-led elite or the military, including those who are supposed to be federal troops, supposed to keep Ethiopia together. Although they are serving Abiy Ahmed, they are still within the federal forces, the federal troop of Ethiopia. Still, as long as they are within the Amhara tribes, they are focused on destabilizing Tigray and killing as many Tigrayans as possible. 70 buses, newly trained by who? Other than the Eritrean Hegdef, which is the Eritrean security services, the Eritrean military, training Amhara-based ethnics and sending them to Tigray to attack Mekelle, and they are determined to do so. So currently, you have a very small infantry division from the TDF, possibly might cross over to Sokoto. The TDF is monitoring where they might perceive a threat, and they will cross over to the Amhara region, eliminate that threat, and then reverse its troops back into Tigray. And you have Western Tigray still. Shararo was under continuous attack by the Eritrean Defense Forces. TDF successfully rooted out the Eritreans in Rama, which is north of Adwa. Over 1,500 Eritrean soldiers have been killed, and who knows the injured ones, how many of them have been, obviously. So most of Tigray still, with the exception of Western Tigray and northern part of an area called Zalambesa, are the areas where still we have an Eritrean occupation. And Western Tigray, of course, we have the Fana, Amhara militia. You have the Ethiopian federal troops, along with the Eritrean security services. And then roughly about 50 or so UN food trucks were headed to Tigray from Afar, and the Afar regional forces just stopped them as of today, which is against the UN and the United Nations humanitarian access violation. The regional Afar government said that he would allow them to go to Tigray. When they left the capital of Afar, they were stopped, and they are now halted from proceeding to enter to Tigray to assist those who are in need of basic humanitarian, which is food and medicine and clean water. And so what you have is, in one hand, Abiy Ahmed is trying to lip service by releasing Jawar Mohammed and a few other politicians, including Sabat Nega from Tigray, obviously 87-year-old man, 87, 88, almost year-old man who was actually retired from any politic. He was among the founding father of the TPLF, as we know. And that was to please the U.S. government, the U.S. effort to end the hostilities and bring all parties to the table for negotiation. what you have is Eritrea and the Amhara military refusing to do any negotiation. And then the things that we're not talking enough about, the amount of attack that's also happening in the Oromia region, the drone attack, the military. The report that we have as of today is that Ethiopia officially has announced that it is unable to send enough troops to the north, federal troop that is, because it's bogged down with the Oromia region. So the Oromo Liberation Army actually is building tremendous pressure on the federal troops, yet you have drones when they talk about Pan-Africanism and no more movement. You have an international community. We just heard just in the last 24 hours that the Israeli government is also selling special military vehicles for the Ethiopian military to utilize on some of these front lines. I mean, the Israeli military and the Israeli government is now directly working with Abiy Ahmed of Ethiopia. While I brought this up in the show like in the past, so the situation on the ground is fluid. I would suspect in the coming days, TDF will take several actions in various pockets of the region outside Tigray to ensure that the Eritrean forces, along with the federal troops and the Afar troops within the Afar area, to enter the Tigray, and then within the Amhara region from Adiarke all the way to Sokota to Alamata and various areas, that there is an effort and an attempt to re-enter to Tigray. And what will not happen is TDF, this is, I mean, you know, I hate to put it this way, but make no mistake about this. Ethiopia's grave mistake will be an attempt to cross and enter into Tigray using the Amhara military, the Amhara fauna, because the response that Tigrayan Defense Force will provide will be regretful to them. Now, what we are saying is humanitarian crisis is happening. So the moment even TDF crosses over into the Amhara region, what you have is you have massive civilians within the Amhara region that also will be suffering from the war, because when they cross over, you know what he's going to do. He's going to be dropping bombs using drones and fighter jets indiscriminately. And we know that TDF has no drones, had no air force. So every bomb that's dropping from the sky, make no mistake about it. And for those, you know, individuals commenting saying it's false, oh, it's not happening, or, you know, Abiy Ahmed told the world that his troops made it all the way to Mekelle without killing a single person. And the Ethiopian general that spoke yesterday on national television, he said that the drones and the fighter jets that are bombing civilians in Tigray and Oromia are not killing any civilians. These are not my words. So for those of you who are saying it's false, the audio is in Amharic. The translation is there. So you can go to Reuters.com and you'll find the audio in there. The English version is on Twitter. We've been tweeting it the moment it was released. We translated it, and we've been tweeting it ever since. And major international news media picked it up today. And some government in the West are outraged to hear such violent speech by an official within Ethiopia, while the government of Ethiopia is now scrambling, trying to figure out how to respond to him.
Well, I could tell you, Mickey DeGride, please hang out with me for just a moment. We're going to go to some of the callers and some of the questioners, and I've been tracking down a lot of different things, and you can look at the chat as well, because there might be someone you might want to address inside of the chat, and then also you can look at, you know, the comments that are on Facebook. Right now, everybody, it's been 446 days of genocide in Tigray. We're saying stop the genocide in Tigray. And genocide is targeting a specific people simply because who they are, not what they've done, but for who they are. And if you listen very closely to Mickey Tigray, he has the spirit of what we've been saying. The attack is not on any people as it relates to countering what's happening in Tigray. For example, there's not an attack on the or the Amhara people per se. It is those who are implementing genocide on the population. They're very specific. the Amhara militia, Fano, etc., not the people. The difference is the Tagaru people are being targeted and destroyed. Etho OG says, Agadinia, we support the Tagaru people, and that's a powerful statement. And when I think about the Ogaden, you can tell that that is a part of Somalia, which is also a Somali state inside of Ethiopia. And so we're going to continue. I'm tracking down and having a lot of conversations. Let me see. We've got Oromo with us. Let me see if I can pull up this particular Oromo. Let me just see if they are still with us. And what I'd like to do is, Oromo, if you're able to unmute, go right ahead.
Yes, sir. Jeff. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Very, very good. Very good. You know, Jeff, I'm thinking like as a black person. I'm really jealous when Western European, when they have any problem, they don't pick up a gun. They never pick up a gun and fight each other. After like maybe 60 or 50 years after a while ago. Now, why Africans? I really sometimes I feel like I cry. You know, we are human beings, right? Why when we disagree on anything, why we run to gun? That's my question for my brother. Who just talked about how they are treated in what the problem they have on their side. Can you explain to me? Do you think you have any problem on your side? Have you treated Oromo people when you ruled Ethiopia for 27 years? Have you really fairly treated Oromo and others in Ethiopia? The other thing is, how can we get out of this? Why always we are blaming each other and we play the victim play? From Oromo, from Amara, from Tigray, from everybody, from Somali, from Afar, everybody's playing a victim game. Why? How can we get out of this? And I know we have some problem with Amharas. They don't recognize nation and nationality right in Ethiopia. They did a lot of genocide on Oromo, because not by only killing by the gun, but destroying the cultures, language of Oromo people in Ethiopia. There are millions of Oromo people who cannot speak Oromo language now in Wallo, in Shawa, and many other areas. We have that kind of problem. I'm thinking we don't have to think only the problem. Where did that come from? All that kind of, treating each other wrongly, and we putting each other with killing each other, and we're making genocide against each other, culturally, language, and identity. All of that. It make me like, I don't know, man. Can we think a little wisely, like widely, and not really narrow nationalism? Like narrow thinking. Look,
before you go further, I want to just ask because I think you asked a question for Mickey Tigray, and I'm going to allow him to go ahead and answer that. But before I go to Mickey Tigray, I'm assuming you're Oromo. Where would you place your Oromo story? Like, I know there are a lot of different groups within Oromo. That's probably a blanket statement. But as an Oromo, where do you place your origin, particularly as it relates to what's known as Ethiopia?
What do you mean? Like, I'm Oromo from eastern, called Barento tribe in eastern Oromia.
Okay. And is there a name that I can attach to that? Because I've got King Azana over there with Aksum and linking that to Tigray. I've got, Yakanu Amlek with the Amhara. Who would we link as a name, like as a national, not just recent history or a recent hero? Like you would say, Brother Jeff, you must know this name. This is the seed of us as a people.
Whew. I am not historian. I don't even know the guy you were just talking about. The guy Yunek. You say? Can you say again?
Well, I mean, as an Oromo, who do you link your story to? Because it's certainly not a. Well, I don't want to say anything about what I think, because you're Oromo. Where do you link your creation story? Like, what do we need to know about the origins of Oromo?
I'm Cushitic, a black African people. I'm Cushitic and black. That's it.
Got you.
What else?
Okay, I got you. Thanks for that. And before, don't go anywhere, because I believe you asked.
Anything that I can tell you can ask me more details. So, I know I'm a black. I'm African. I'm a Cushitic.
Yes.
I'm a Oromo. I'm from eastern Ethiopia, called Harar, Barento. When you go from Barento, we call another down there, and Afran Kallo. If you go down, I can tell you until I go to Klein in my area. We have a lot of it's a lot of steps to go detail until you go to family. So that's where I'm from.
Okay. Before you go, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to Mickey Tigray, because I think that there were some questions in there for you, Mickey. Go right ahead if you'd like to address them.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Emoromo. So I appreciate your logic. I like you thinking as a human being and as a black man in America. I think that's pretty awesome, and I mean it not in a disrespectful or condescending way. But I'm with you. I agree with you. I think if I heard you correctly, you asked me if Oromos were treated right in the last 27 years that I was ruling Ethiopia. So let me say, in the last 27 years or 30 years or more, I've been here actually in the West Coast of the United States. I grew up mostly in this country, and I minded my business, but I'm deeply rooted to the ethnic Tigrayans in northern Ethiopia. If you didn't catch what I said in this show, just if you rewind like 10 minutes back to the discussion, my intro was, it's amazing how the Oromo people actually are coming together and separating politics, understanding civilians, ethnic civilians from Tigray were rounded up massively in Addis Ababa, and they are coming to their rescues because they're not treating them as Tigrayans, but they're treating them as a human being. And I said in that wording that the Oromo community actually were mistreated for generations and generations, including under the APRDF. If you want me to say under the PLF, I guess that's the only thing I got to ask you. But I did say they were mistreated, and they are separating the issue that within the party there was issue of leadership, not an issue with the ethnic Tigrayans throughout Ethiopia, including in Finfinne or Addis Ababa, aka Finfinne. So what I would like to see is for people like yourself to really continue to speak for the injustice. When injustice takes place in Oromia, and Brother Jeff is here, he heard me what I say. The amount of bombing that's happening, the amount of civilians that are getting killed regularly in the Oromia region, I did talk about it in the show before you came on. So if you just joined us a little bit later, I'm just giving you a brief summary of it. But if you rewind the discussion, you will hear me talking about Oromia. The people of Oromo have been oppressed for so long, but they're not using that anger to take on civilians based on ethnicity. In Oromia region and in Finfinne, Oromos are rising up and saying Tigrayans do not deserve what's happening to them. So I hope that clears up your question. As far as the leadership, which I was not part of, the 27 year that you are referring to, there was many good things, and there were some bad things. The great things that happened in Ethiopia in the past 25 years, by the way, to correct you, because Abiy Ahmed has been in power for over 2 years now. So in the first 25 years, Ethiopia have seen growth of 10.2 GDP. That is, the economy was growing. Ethiopia militarily had built a powerhouse in the Horn of Africa, and they were sending troops for peacekeeping in Somalia, in Darfur, which is in Sudan, in Liberia, and various other African countries to bring peace and stability. They built roads, they built, the most highly sophisticated airports. The Ethiopian airline that was bankrupt before, EPRDF took power in 1991, became powerhouse in Africa. It was a leading civil aviation airline in the continent of Africa. Today, Ethiopian Airlines is used to transport military from Addis Ababa to Asmara, from Arat Kilo or Finfinne to Asmara, in violation of civil aviation. So I'm happy to discuss with you further if you have more questions that we're not hungry for fighting. Tigrayans committed no crime other than voted for regional government to have their self-government. Like Ethiopia has a constitution. The constitution was violated by Abiy Ahmed and by Ethiopian federal forces when they attack Tigray by bringing, we've been saying 3,000 Somalian troops to help them, but it's actually 10,000. So that record has been corrected. 10,000 Somalian troops fought in Tigray. Hundreds of thousands of Eritrean forces came to Tigray. So I haven't heard you talking how Ethiopia, I'm talking about Tigray, was actually invaded by foreign forces from Somalia, from Eritrea, drones from United Arab Emirates, Turkey, China, Iran. Israel, for the first time, is collaborating with Ethiopia side by side with Israel, the two enemies. So I haven't heard you discussing about all these things that are happening. And those drones, believe it, if you have family in Harar, you are no exception either, because the attack is happening in Tigray and in Oromia, which Harar is within the Oromia region. And my closest friend who's been fighting with me, Fatih, in Dallas, Texas, is actually Harari, who speaks Tigrinya, English, Arabic, French, fluently. I had him on Cyber Power of Tigray many times, and we'll be talking about this discussion next month on Cyber Power, and I'll be happy to have you in this show with Brother Jeff. When I come into Brother Jeff, he's been doing it for 446 days. Brother Jeff is not paid by anybody. He is dedicated for those who are treated unjustly. When civilians in Tigray are attacked, when young girls are raped, he's speaking for them. And we have some people in the chat that I'm watching calling Brother Jeff paid agent by TPLF. People are calling me paid TPLF agent. No. And I'm okay. By the way, right now, what Brother Jeff has been doing and what I am doing is I have a full-time job. Brother Jeff has a job, and we have families, and we advocate for the injustice where the people of Tigray do not deserve it, and the people of Oromia. And now the war is actually expanding. And I did even say, when TDF crosses over to the Amhara region, when there's fighting, the drop from the air that's coming by drones and fighter jets, which are actually MiG-23, MiG-27, MiG-29, provided by Russia or purchased from Russia. These bombs that are dropping in the battlefield are attacking civilians, including the Amhara region, whenever TDF crosses over. TDF return back to Tigray and hope to bring peace and stability for the region. They want to negotiate. Abiy Ahmed wants to negotiate, but guess what? Eritrea, I would like to emphasize, why is Eritrea in Ethiopia, in Tigray? Tigray is not a country, folks. It's still Ethiopia. So, Brother Jeff, I'll let you take over.
Well, I'll tell you right now, we've got Mickey Tigray and others that are wanting to make a comment. I'm with Mickey Tigray, and you can follow him at Cyber Power of Tigray. Let's see. Let me just go. I see there are some hands up, and we'll just take all takers right now. Let me see. One of the things we've been looking at, and again, from a historical standpoint, I absolutely do know that Ethiopia has over 80 plus ethnic groups. I'm talking about, and in those groups are groups. There's nothing more complicated and more detailed than us as a people throughout the planet. For those of you who pick up the story and you say that Ethiopia, is mentioned in the Bible and all those different things, and of course, it is. But when you follow the story of Yakunu Amlak, he's talking about a Solomonic line. This is a Semitic line. When you hear individuals saying that they're Cushites, when you read that Bible and you're talking about the land of Cush, these are some of the original languages in Punt and some of these other languages, and they are not Semitic. They're Cushite. They're Nilo-Saharan languages. And so when you go into the story that we've all been sold about Ethiopia, everyone is excluded except a certain elite story. And so half of the, I guess like Bob Marley said, half the story done never been told. Like half the story hasn't been told. And so you have the largest population inside of Ethiopia, and they are not Semitic. However, I'm asking for some historians, some scholars, some individuals, and people are putting in some great books and names and origin stories. We appreciate it because we will follow up on those and get more and more informed. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go to Abdul. Abdul, if you unmic, you're able to join this conversation with Mickey Tigray and myself. And by the way, I want to say shout out to Danny Primo, Danny Dallas. He's been protesting again today, and he's returning from a protest 446 days later. Abdul, are you there?
Good, Jeff. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go right ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not talking too much. Just talking about the guy from Tagaru. What he was talking is a perfect. Is a real. Oromo is focusing is humanity. Is not like doing what the northern people like Abyssinian doing right now to the Tagaru's people. Tagaru's Tigrayans, they deserve the humanity attention. Like even if the fighting is going on with leadership or with the TDF, the civilians, they don't deserve what they are doing in that country right now. The Ethiopian government, they are suffering from the atrocity and in human treatment from the government. So even in Oromo culture, if somebody captured on fighting, you will not kill them. You have to make them yours. So the way my brother from Tagaru explained is perfect. I agree with him, most of them. So I think the country known as Ethiopia is basically based on it's just like fabricated history. The history in Ethiopia is the oppressed history. It doesn't have the 3,000 history. That's what I'm saying. Just thank you for my suggestion, Jeff.
Well, I certainly thank you so much for what you've shared, Abdul, and you know it is greatly appreciated. We're going to keep moving right along, and Biru, B-I-R-U, are you there? And if so, go ahead and unmute. Biru, B-I-R-U, go ahead and unmute if you would like to join this conversation. I am with Mickey Tigray, myself, and I'm wondering what it's going to take for Ethiopia to come together, or just black folks throughout the diaspora, the planet, to come together. And Biru, if you want to join this conversation, go right ahead. And while we're waiting to see if you unmute, I'm going to go to Marcos. Marcos, are you? Biru,
can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go right ahead.
Jeff, thank you for inviting me. You guys, you're talking on the good points, but there is a things you guys should understand in Ethiopian history, which is, for example, I'm from Oromo side. Oromo, the original native of Africa, which is belongs to the Kushatics, which is we are at the present day of Sudan, around Egyptian and Ethiopia. This is where Oromo is settled back in the days. In history, in the Ethiopian history, Oromo is neglected and assassinated by many groups. For example, this there is some issue with TPLF, though there is in Amaraty, we had many issues with TPLF back in during the regime time, which is the TPLF is always the assassinating our peoples. But to be honest, I'm not agree what's going on the Tigray region right now. But the truth we have to be know about it, what happened to the Oromos people.
Well, yeah, no, absolutely, Biru. I certainly agree with you. I certainly thank you for, you know, your comments, and we're going to continue pushing forward and allowing those who would like to share something to share something. Haley, are you there? Haile. Haley, like your comments, and we're going to continue pushing. Yes, turn your phone down. Turn your volume down on your phone.
Yes.
Okay, if you turn that phone,
I'm here. Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I would say a thing or two about the so-called Ethiopian history, which is most deceiving to most of the people that are out of Ethiopia. We all know from inside Ethiopia what the history is, because it's always the history of deception, the history of lies. Ethiopia never told the real history to its people, the Oromo history, the Tigrayan history, or else. It belongs to the central part, which is to the Amharas only. They rewrite their own history to make believe that what they call Ethiopia is the real Ethiopia, but it's not true. Let's start with the Solomonic dynasty. Excuse me. The Solomonic dynasty, we all know that what happened. The Queen of Sheba is from Aksum, right? She went to Israel and then have a baby, Menelik, which he became to Ethiopia, which is to Tigray. If there is a true Solomonic dynasty, it has to be in Tigray. There is nothing called cannot have any Solomonic dynasty. He is from Showa. He's from the center. He's from Amhara. He's not from Tigray. He's not from Aksum. He's not from Queen Sheba or anybody. So if there is a Solomonic dynasty, it is from Tigray. But Yikun Amlak, trying to belong to the Tigrayan princes and kings and queens, He rewrite history. He rewrote the Kibra Nagas, which is the glory of kings, so recently in Ethiopia, 700-800 years ago. He rewrite that history. He thinks that, oh, Solomonic dynasty, Menelik came to Ethiopia and he, what's his name, Teferi Mokonnen, which is King Haile Selassie, was the last Solomonic dynasty. It's all lies. Okay, another thing. Anybody can challenge me on this one. If there is any Amhara war that they fought and won on their own, anybody can challenge me. Be it either the war of Adwa or any other war that was held in Ethiopia, the Amharas, they never fought war on their own. When the Turkish came, the Ottoman Turkish came a long time ago from the east, by the help of what's his name, the Muhammad ibn Ghazi, Grand Muhammad we call him, they called the Portuguese, 400,000 Portuguese, they called. When we fought, when Tigrayans were fighting in Eritrea and the Red Sea region with Egypt, with Turkish, with Dervish, they never helped at all. Namely the Gondar princes, when the Tigrayan princes and asked them to help when the Turkish were coming from Sahati and Dogo Ali, they said, no, we're not going to fight. This is not our fight. They never fought war on their own. They usually ask for help. We see what happens now. They're asking help from Somalia, from Eritrea, from UAE, from anybody. But after the Second World War, when Italia was come to fight and Haile Selassie was run away from Ethiopia to the British, when the Tigray fought back the first Wayana, which is the first one, the Tigray Wayana, they bring the British Air Force to hit us back. Any Amhara can challenge them. If there is any war, they fought and won on their own without anybody's help. They never. They said, we all know what happened to the war of Adwa. There was no any Amhara fighters. From the spies to the only king, the princes that were fighting was Ras Alula and Ras Hagos and then some Oromo horsemen. The Amharas were just hiding in a church or in a bush or in a mountain or somewhere. They never did they never fight. They never fought. They just put someone to fight for them because they're good in talking. They're good in deception. So the history of Ethiopia is as such. It's just lies and deceptions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Haile. And again, everyone, you have an opportunity to join this conversation. If you hear something that, you would like to address, or rather than saying individuals are not telling the truth, you can come in and tell that truth. And so with that being said, thank you, Haile, for that information. Marcos, we're going to bring you up once again. Marcos, go ahead and unmute and raise your hand if you're in the chat, or say a couple of things if you want to, address a question or whatever. We'll get right to you. Marcos, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me, Brother Jeff?
Marcos, yes, we can.
Thank you very much, guys, for sharing informations. And, actually, you are the greatest person I ever seen in my life. Thank you very much, to be honest. Even though you don't get anything from us, God gonna give you the consequence when you stand for the truth. And we have a problem in our country, by the way. The big problem in our country, to be honest, this is not a politics, this is not a hate speech. We have a problem only from one side, not Tigray, not Oromo, not Walaita, not Kambata, not so on. The only problem in our country is what's so-called Amhara elites. We cannot say generally Amhara, but there is a lot of good people from Amhara. Last time I remember I say, by the way, there is no Amhara, but if there is Amhara, there is only few of them, as I said last time, because the present Amhara, as they mentioned, Agos in there, Imantis also in there, but they are not Amhara. But what these people fighting for, if you ask any Amhara, even a doctor, professor, any educated or politician, They don't even know what they talk in that country. What they fighting for is only to just dominate the fertile land of Ethiopia. Example, why they fight with Tigray? They fight with Tigray because of Kimant. I mean, there is a land, I don't know what the name is. Mickey can correct me. There is a fertile land that belongs to Tigray. The only problem they fight Tigray because of that land because they said this is our land, goes our land. All of they make everywhere they go, they just claim the land. Let's say they say not Wallaga. In Wallaga, you know, there is Amhara, there is Tigray, there everybody living in Oromia, right? But they say that Oromia region, Shawa and Wallaga belongs to Amhara, which is really, you know, like ridiculous. So we have a problem with these people. So why they're not fighting for politics, so they're not fighting for nothing else. They just want our land. They just want our city. Why they fight Oromo? Now in Wallaga, they've been killing a lot of Oromos because they need the land. They have no knowledge of politics at all. So they say not why they fight with Tigray. Okay, let's say Abiy Ahmed is fighting with TPLF, right? So that is the politics. So while the federal government and the Tigrayan authorities are fighting, and then Amhara militias and Fanos organized, they've been never said anything in 27 years because they're scared. Because TPLF, when the TPLF come to power, they gave a freedom for all nationalities. So we are able to speak Afan Oromo when TPLF come to power. Not like Haile Selassie time, not Dergi time. By the way, Haile Selassie himself is Oromo, but he never he called himself Oromo. But he never did anything to Oromo. For Oromo, nothing. But when TPLF come to power, as Mickey mentioned earlier, we have seen a lot of changes. Our Oromo generation, start to learn our language. So to be honest, let's say somebody from previously say, in 27 years, did you treat Ethiopia equally? To be honest, in Ethiopian history, to tell the truth, we never fight with Tigray. We fight with authorities, the people who have been on power. Even when these people have been on power, they never killed Oromo. Who killed Oromo at that time? Tigray never speak Oromic. They don't go to rural areas and they kill Oromo people. The Oromo police, all of this Oromo militia has been killing Oromo. Still today, they killing Oromo when Abiy Ahmed is on power. So from Ethiopian kingdoms, from Ethiopian like kings, whatever, like Ethiopian governments, the only we've seen is the TPLF did a good job. They did a railway. They did a lot of roads. We never seen road in Ethiopia that they built it. They have changed a lot of things. So, of course, they have a problem. They did a lot of things. Like, of course, anybody can. Even did. Abiy Ahmed in 3 years have been like dismissed a lot of things more than TPLF, who've been in power for 27 years. Now, when I go to Amhara, for example, now Jawar Muhammad have been released from prison. And as you remember, last week, there was, what do you call it, Timkats? I don't know what it is called in English. So there is a covenant, going out, like covenant. One of the covenants, they say that covenant, they never talk. No, there is something they carry on the head. So until Jawar Muhammad go back to prison, then the cabinet never go back to the to the church. This is like how they are really backwarded. So they are haters. We have no problem with Tigrayan people. We have never had problem with any other nationality in Ethiopia. We have still today problem with what's so-called Amhara elites. So, I mean, you guys really are doing a good job, and just keep going. That's all my comment, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Marcos. We certainly appreciate your comments. We've got about 4 more individuals, and then Mickey Tigray is going to wrap things up. I'm going to wrap things up. We've got to give an opportunity. Mesfin, are you there? Mesfin, I'll let you and Mickey Tigray have a conversation. Mesfin, go ahead, my friend.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It sounds a little muffled, but go ahead. You might be. Do you have on that Blue Lives Matter T-shirt?
Yeah, listen, brother. Let me tell you. You know, I don't think you understood the whole point of what the other guy is saying. If you know, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mickey. You know, he said we have a problem with the ruling government, not with the Amhara. He said even during TPLF time, the Oromo police and the Oromo militia is killing the Oromo. Have you copied that? Just to give you a hint. So, you know, can you hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. You just said that the Oromo police are killing the Oromo people.
Let me be nice and put it right, okay? So, the TPLF government, okay, yes, they have done certain things great. I agree. You know, roads and this and that and that. Great. Okay. But you see, one of the things about TPLF is don't come closer to my money and my power and do whatever you can. That is their way of ruling, number one. Number two, you see, I truly believe, you know, even though the TPLF or the Tigray people in power, the rulers, whatever, in power, they have never gone to any nations or nationalities killing people. I will tell you that why. The Amhara people are led by Amhara. The Oromo people are led by Oromo. They give them, you know, authority to rule themselves. But if you are politically against either the individual Amhara, Oromo, whatever, the TPLF leadership from the top gives order to their own leaders, respective leaders, to kill. Oromo is killing Oromo during TPLF. Amhara is killing Amhara. Somali is killing Somali. But the problem, if you understood me, the problem is there on top. They have divided the country based on ethnicity, which is ethnic federalism. So if they see somebody is rising up, then they give orders. Imagine in Somali, there is a guy called Abiy. Okay, Abiy put his own Somali people with lions and tigers and hyenas and killed tons of his own people. So that's fact. So, you know, probably I say a lot of things because I'm angry with Mickey. You know, we have to tell the truth. Okay, we have to tell the truth.
Hold on, Mespin, for just one quick second. My friend Mespin, why are you angry with Mickey Tigray? And would you just like to ask him a very specific question and tell him why you're angry? Because he's right here and he can respond for himself.
Okay. You know why I'm angry at him? He always blames the Amhara, genocide. You know, how many Ethiopians were castrated youth? How many Ethiopians disappeared? How many people are killed by TPLF leadership from for the last 27? Many of them. I'm not saying Derg didn't kill. Guess what? I have relatives who have been killed by Derg. I left during Derg time, you know, but I go back and forth to Ethiopia for the last 27 years. You know, I have been even given an opportunity, I told you, which I refused to take because I know what is right, what is wrong is wrong. So what I'm trying to, why I'm angry is he says genocide. You know, the TPLF government was removed by Oromo use and by Amhara use. By use, revolution is the TPLF was removed. They killed men. You know, imagine men castrated in prison. A woman, they put a metal in their private part, in their ass. They raped men. You know, when I say that, let me say it clear. You see, the Tigray people are not doing all these things, but they are ordering and they are watching in prisons, people to do wrong to their own people. So it's the leadership is rotten from the top. We are not talking about people of the. I have brother-in-law. I have a cousin, Tigray, in Ethiopia, from Tigray. Okay, so the problem. I don't have problem with Tigray people. The problem is with the leadership, and the people of Tigray should say enough is enough to those leadership. We have been living together. We are brothers. We are sisters. Brother Jeff, the day I changed my mind, before the last 27 years, I was saying get rid of all Tigray people. But let me tell you one thing. When I went to Ethiopia to visit my mom and dad, there was a young girl who she looks like, from Tigray region in my house. And this is what I said to my mom. Who's this Wayani? The girl. And my mother said, that's your cousin. From that day, I believe that if you attack one, you attack everybody. I truly believe that deep in my heart. But what the Tigray EPLF leadership did to Ethiopia, dividing by ethnicity, makes me upset, makes me angry. We all are human beings. You see, as a person who was raised and born in Oromia, some of my family members have Amaras and they told them to get out. Why this happened is because of the TPLF installed a leadership based on ethnicity. That is the first thing that makes me angry with people like Mickey, rather than telling the truth. We are all human beings. We all have mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, cousins. We should live together, respecting each other, different religion, different ethnicity, that's fine. But what TPLF brought to Ethiopia is, this is my territory, you get out. We have never had that problem previously. The last 30 years since TPLF was installed or took power, they spoiled the mind of the Ethiopian people. That's what makes me upset about TPLF leadership.
Okay, hold on just a second, Mesfin. And again, it's always good to hear from you. Mickey Tigray, would you like to go ahead and respond to Mesfin? He's angry with you, and for the reasons he noted. Mickey Tigray.
Thank you, Brother Jeff. Thank you, Brother Mesfin. I think sometimes I hear kids saying, liar, liar, your pants are on fire. But in all seriousness, that's okay. You can be angry at me. But I think if you and I, along with Brother Jeff and the rest of the audience here and the panels can have a dialogue, that brings us to common sense. But let me point out this. I think I heard you. I counted to 10, and I lost after that how many times you used the word TPLF. TPLF, for your information, it's a Tigray People Liberation Front. It's a party among and so with that, when you were a member of Gunbat 7, which is part of,
I'm not a member. Let me correct you.
It's actually, you are actually. It's like your information doesn't lie. So unless you delete your Facebook information, I'm gonna throw, So give me an opportunity, and then Brother Jeff will give you the opportunity to respond to, because you say all you wanted to say. I listened to you. I did not interrupt you. So that was Gunbat 7 was formed back in the early 2005, 2004. With Burhanu Nega, who was a professor in the East Coast, who is in Ethiopia today, who has Eritrean ID, and you are a member of that organization that was supposed to take up arms with Isaias Afwerki of Eritrea and fight Ethiopia to overthrow the then Prime Minister Meles Zenawi. And you point out all these issues with TPLF as a military or as an army or as a leadership, but you like the Tigray people. which is amazing to me, Mr. Musfin. What I haven't heard you say is how your hatred towards TPLF doesn't make you feel sorry enough to say the rape and the attack on civilians in Tigray, when young girls, you say you have a mother and sister, and you probably have a wife. Could you imagine if all of those loved ones that you have are raped in front of you, or you are actually forced to rape your loved ones by a military? I haven't heard you saying anything why Eritrean and the Somalian forces are fighting in Tigray. Tigray is Ethiopia. So if you're complaining how TPLF divided Ethiopia into tribalism and into regionalism, you didn't like that. And I get it. I heard it from the elite Amhara. I'm going to repeat it. I did not categorically say the Amhara people, the entire population. There are millions of Amhara who are poor, who lives in countryside. And the anger that, like you have towards me and fellow Tigrayans is that you don't seem to understand the gravity of the issue on the ground, but you want to complain how TPLF led Ethiopia, how they don't want you to come around their money, how Brother Jeff on the chat you were saying he was getting paid by blood money. This is your comment not in the Facebook chat that the rest of the people can see it, but in this panel. Okay, in this panel that we're discussing, I was reading everything that you were posting. You were calling me, a blood money receiver, and you were calling Brother Jeff the same thing. The insults, if we really want to be adults and you dislike me, and that's totally fine. I have no issue with that whatsoever. But you, as an Amhara tribe, you should be proud with your skin. I'm proud within my skin. I belong to the Tigrayan ethnics. TDF is the force that's fighting to defend the atrocities that was brought to Tigray by the Amhara militia, by the Amhara Fana, by Eritrean military, by Somalian military, and the drones that were brought in from Emirates in the early stages of the fighting. The federal troops of Ethiopia. What happens to the 17,000+ Tigrayan soldiers who served proudly as Ethiopians, part of the Ethiopian federal military? So you talk about tribalism. What happens to the hundreds of, the tens of thousands of civilians in Addis Ababa that were rounded up, and your government, Abiy Ahmed, who you preach, who you say you are so proud to support him, and he turns around just a few weeks ago, say in public that he had no idea civilians in Addis Ababa have been rounded up. Okay, so you can criticize me. I have no issue. I'm a man of, I'm comfortable with my skin. I can defend myself professionally with you and anyone else for that matter. What I want you to focus is, I want you to answer this. Why is the genocide in Tigray acceptable? And if there's genocide in the Amhara region by TDF, why aren't you agreeing to independent investigators come into Tigray, into Amhara, into Afar, throughout Ethiopia, and investigate what happened and what's happening in Ethiopia? Why are you not speaking up that foreign governments are interfering in Ethiopia? If you believe you don't want me to be known as Tigrayan American or Tigrayans, and you don't want to be known as an Amhara, okay, I'll agree with you on that. Let's say all of us are Ethiopians. Let me surrender my U.S. passport for the sake of the argument, okay? And let's say you and I, and the rest of the Ethiopian origin are all Ethiopians, because Tigray is not a country yet. Why aren't you speaking against Eritrean invasion of Ethiopian territory? I want you to answer that. Why aren't you speaking up? Drone attacks on civilians in Tigray and in the Oromia region, and it was happening in the Amhara region. When TDF was in Afar in the Amhara region, drones were dropping bombs. Civilians were being killed at that time. Amhara civilians have died from the war and from the drone bombing. Oroma has died. And why is it that the Oromo people have the heart and the courage to go to these prison cells in Addis Ababa and say the Tigrayan people are people? We had an issue with TPLF, but not with Tigray people. Therefore, we are actually going to help them to get out of jail. So when I say the Amhara elite, you are in that list, because I haven't heard you saying a single thing that justifies you believe in humanity. You don't have human heart. You know, let me tell you, Mesfin, I can have very professional argument with you at any day, at any given moment. However, you're a heartless man that you do not have respect for humanity. If you do, I want to hear from your mouth that the genocide in Tigray for 446 days, that you can call your mother in Addis Ababa or elsewhere, I cannot. You can send money to your family in Ethiopia, wherever they are outside Tigray, I cannot. The people of Tigray have lost their everything, basically. Bank is closed. The entire infrastructure in Tigray was destroyed by who? By Eritrean army. Okay? By Ethiopian army, by Amhara army. You don't believe in that. There's no running water. There's no electricity. There's no bank system operating. Vehicles at this point cannot even transport the sick people. There's no medicine in Tigray. I just spoke about the 50 plus UN aid that were headed to Tigray from Afar. They were stopped. Do you know how many days it's been since the UN have entered into Tigray with food to help those who are in need? So if you only your problems only with TPLF, what about the millions and millions of Tagaru in Tigray that are suffering of starvation? You know, starvation is used as a weapon. Rape has been used as a weapon in Tigray. So I would like you to process what I say. I don't want to overwhelm you because I worry that you may not be able to process everything I share. But Gunbat 7 is a member of Burhananaga, who you are a member of, and you were going back and forth in Ethiopia. And at that time, under TPLF / under EPRDF, you were actually listed with Burhananaga and the rest of Gunbat 7 as a terrorist organization, but you were not arrested when you went back and forth, because under your own admission, you just told Brother Jeff and I in the audience that you've been going back and forth to Ethiopia for the last 27, 30 years because you left in the Derg era, but they did not, let alone someone like you who was listed part of the Gunbat 7, they didn't arrest you when you traveled to Ethiopia because you had listed an organization that is called a nonprofit, and they allow you to go in and out of Ethiopia freely. And now you're going to tell me here, hiding behind your computer somehow, that you like the Tigray people, but you dislike TPLF. For your information, I'm an American citizen. I don't hold our military uniform on behalf of the Tigray people, but I speak. I'm an activist. As an activist, I speak for my people, for the injustice. That includes the Amhara people when they suffer. That includes the Oromo people when they suffer. That includes the Afar people when they suffer. That is the civilian. I will repeat, when it comes to the fauna, when it comes to Amhara elite, we will never sleep until each and every one of them faces justice on behalf of my people.
Wow.
They will not be able to wash the blood on their hand and get away with the murder and the atrocity they committed in Tigray, bringing a foreign army from Eritrea and Somalia. Thank you, Brother Jeff.
Well, I can tell you all, one of the things that you just heard and some of the questions that are coming up in the chat, I can address one. Someone said, why don't I address the issues that are happening in the United States in our own backyard? First of all, the world is our own backyard. As a humanitarian, we don't stand by and allow genocide to take place, period. And if you're not speaking up, that means that others have to speak up. So if you step up, I'll step down. How about that? And the way I'll step down is by having the genocide stopped in terms of massive systemic rape, starvation, lack of access to communication, journalism. Just open up the doors and shine light on it, and then I wouldn't have to, because you would be doing it. So the reason I'm doing it is because you won't. How do you want to answer that particular question? And it was very interesting because 446 days later, this ideal of Ethiopia that the diaspora and most individuals have been enamored with has been more of an illusion than a reality. And you're just hearing that. Like, if you listen very closely, Mesfin said he had a change of heart. And just because he did doesn't mean anyone else did. He said he went home and he went into the house and saw a little girl. And what did he say? Who is this Wayani? Listen, I don't know if you all heard that. I don't know if you heard that. And I'm going to point it out. And I'm telling you, I may be the one that's telling you that Santa Claus is not real and the Tooth Fairy did not put that money under your pillow. But you just heard a grown man, very educated, in the diaspora, in a place where he was being able to experience things that he had never been able to experience his entire life. In fact, he escaped Ethiopia. He escaped the Derg. And by the way, study the Derg. We're not going to get into the history right now because I want to focus on Mesfin, and I'm glad he had a change of heart. Here is a grown man who flies back home, walks into his parents' house, and has the nerve to question his own parents and say, who is this Wayani? To a little girl. If that doesn't break your heart in half, you don't have a heart to even break. And so with that being said, we've got a few more individuals that we're going to allow to join this conversation before we wrap up. And it looks like Kay, looks like one of those fancy little words on the keyboard, Areki. Are you there? Go ahead, unmute and join Mickey, Tigray, and I.
Can you hear me, Jeff?
Absolutely, I can hear you. Go right ahead.
Yeah, actually, you picked the right word. You know, when the last person who speak on the mic, I mean, he said, "Who is the Wayane?" And that's typical of thinking of those people. Actually, I lost a lot of topics I want to say. But I want to say thank you, Jeff. You do a great job.
Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Yeah, a victim of certain orientations. You know, in Ethiopia, we don't have the same history. You know, a nation to build, you have to share history. Ethiopia is a fake nation. It's an imperial. And that nation, it is a nation of contradictions. Not many people mention about the development of Ethiopia for the last 27 or 30 years. Ethiopia were dirt poor. The Tigrayans, they have done a great job to change the narration of the nation to equality of nation and nationalities. Even not working at all. Look, imagine, Brother Jeff, a lot of many nations, many countries is fighting against the people of Tigray. And those are not have any democracy at all. What the Tigrays have done, those people, there's Amhara, there's Oromo, there's Afars, there's Somalis, there's others. They're best friends, by the way. That all of them come together and destroy Tigray. Tigray have none right now. But have people like you. Should be proud, Jeff. You should be very proud. Actually, the last person, his name is Mesfin, is a typical example. You know what he said? You pick it up very well. Who is that Wayane? You know what he said? Like a servant girl is working in his mother's house, that he trying to pursue to us. Those are typical creatures. They're not even human. They don't have mercy to rape, to kill, to no one. They're so greedy. They don't have any humanity in their life, in the blood at all. That is what Ethiopia is. I call it Ethiopia. Very primitive. The PLF brought enlightenment to our nation by doing work and they fighting for a better humanity. Look what happened in the war. The TDF went all the way close to Addis. No harm to humanity. They don't destroy anything. They take care of every farmer they've been through. They didn't destroy any industry or farm, neither kill nobody. They came back. That's how humanity should be measured. The only narration what we miss in Africa is what Ethiopia used to be. Ethiopia was a country which no humanity, no nation and nationality ever equated enough. And the struggle of Tigray had accomplished some. Which many of us failed to pursue others. Like those in power, most had a chance to go to school. The PLF accomplished by building schools, infrastructures, and create many somehow skilled people, but nobody talk about it. You know why? Because 27 years a generation. This generation, they're not recognizing it at all. Nobody told them. But something happened. A sudden. Wealth happened. Corruption happened. Those corrupted ones, they are reversing, attacking those not corrupted. That was the challenge. Nobody's mentioning about this, Brother Jeff. It is an envy politics, by the way. Tagaru are the victim of envy politics. Even the West call them Ethiopia becomes so attractive because the revolution of the Tigrayans. Sometimes like the Oromo struggle, whatever, we can mention it. Become numbers. We have numbers, somebody say. It's okay. But nobody stood with the Tigrans, by the way. Nobody stood with the Tigrans. It's so sad. It's so very irony. Nationalities, they didn't stand with Tigrans. It's a pity. So sad.
Well, you know, Karaki, thank you so much. I appreciate everything that you've shared with us. Simply incredible words. You know, it's been 446 days of genocide, and I want to say something to you in the chat on Facebook, and your name is Muhammad Ahmed. And you're saying junta is a terrorist organization. You have a wonderful smile and you live in Arlington, Virginia. And you say no more TPLF junta on Ethiopian soil. Muhammad Ahmed, as a Muslimina, based on that name, you should be very ashamed of yourself. And I'm not judging you, but I'm just saying, as a Muslimina, you should be ashamed of yourself, A, for calling someone a junta, and also putting politics, land, and turning away from genocide over your faith. You're supposed to be an example of what Ethiopia can do. You're a part of a creed that says everyone is a part of and represented by this particular faith, which represents everyone who embraces that faith. Yet you will say and call individuals junta. You, as a Muslimina who have an example of the first Hijra, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, his followers were being persecuted inside of Mecca, and that first flight, that first Hijra, was not to Medina, it was to Aksum. It was to Tigray. You can't tell me I don't know, because I've been there. I've seen the headstones, and I was able to see where the Nagus is buried inside of the mosque right there, who stood up and protected those who were being persecuted. And Muhammad Ahmed, a Muslimina, will say no more junta on Ethiopian soil. What if those early followers of Muhammad were told by the Christian king, keep them juntas out of here and let them be slaughtered in their land? Muhammad Ahmed, now that you are comfortably in Virginia, I know you understand what it's like when you walk around in that hijab and individuals ask if you're a terrorist and do you have a bomb under your skirt. I know you understand the pain of being discriminated against. However, but you would come to the United States of America and find yourself being discriminated against, one, as a black woman, two, as a Muslimina, and three, you're talking about junta. You need to talk to your husband, your wali, or your sheikh and get your heart washed, because you know that the creed says if one innocent life is taken, it is as if the whole of humanity has been murdered. That's your standard. Muhammad Ahmed, the Muslimina from Arlington, Virginia, your creed is if one innocent life is taken, it is as if the entire humanity has been murdered. That's your creed. Your standard is not genocide. Your standard is not looking away. As a matter of fact, your standard is if you can't do something about it with your hands, you're supposed to do something about it with your heart. If you can't do something about it with your tongue, you're supposed to at least send out dua to those who are being murdered, starved, the children, the hospitals, the bombing of the mosque that the Prophet Muhammad's followers went to, the second holiest site in Islam, which you have forgotten about, is in Tigray, or maybe you didn't know that. Maybe you were just facing Mecca, but there was a time when your community couldn't be inside of Mecca and they went inside of Tigray. And right now, if you don't care about innocent individuals being murdered, at least you could care about your holy site being destroyed. Maybe you should raise your hand and say something about that. So for every one of you who think that I don't know what I'm talking about and I haven't seen what I've seen, I'm saying stop the genocide in Tigray. And Muhammad Ahmed, maybe this will touch your heart. Stop destroying the mosques inside of Tigray, which are historical landmarks, which also is a part of genocide. Perhaps Muhammad, who says this is a mercenary junta paid by the TPLF, you should never say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah barakatuh to nobody. And if you do, you should turn away and walk the other way, because that is shameful. It is disrespectful. And for you to call individuals juntas and talk about paid mercenaries with a holy attribute, like two holy attributes, Muhammad and Ahmed, you should be ashamed of yourself, like Abiy Ahmed, who has two attributes on his name, and he's committing genocide along with a dictator. Something is terribly wrong with this world. As a matter of fact, we're going to make dua for you and perhaps the entire ummah who is watching a genocide take place and has the word junta inside of their mouth. A reminder to you, Muhammad Ahmed, is this: if one innocent life has been taken, it is as if the whole entire humanity has been murdered. Go marinate on that while you walk around with that holy attribute. Maybe you should just call yourself Deidre or something. I'm not sure. Byru, are you there? We're going to give you an opportunity to say what you would like to say. We've got a few more. Mickey Tigray is here with me. Byru, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Go right ahead.
You can hear me, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but actually you guys say what I want to say, but I just want to say a few things. There is a lot of very complicated issue in Ethiopia, but there is a historical issue and border issue. I don't think this is a ethnicity issues. It's the issue between the politics, which is the elites that makes across the people. If you just go to the different ethnicity, they go to the village, the people, they don't have no idea about it. If you ask those from any tribe or whatever, Tigray or Amara or Oromo, anybody, so you go to the village and go ask, they don't even know what's going on through like what we're facing right now, to be honest. If you go ask those people, what are the people who can give you milk? This is what the people of the Ethiopia, but the issue is a politics, which is who the elites creating these problems, which is who they call themselves are educated. But this is a very very dangerous things for the Ethiopians, for especially we can talk from TPLF, we can talk from the back in the days from Menelik time. They're trying to build their own nation, which is, for example, the Amaras. There is a huge difference between Amaras and Oromo. If you ask me what the difference between the Oromo and Amaras, which is these people, the one nation state, one culture, one language, that is never gonna happen, which is gonna lead to us the money genocide. For example, when you talk between the TPLF or the Chugrans, which is we argue with the not the people of the Tigray, we argue with this regime, which is the creative, which is the regime. When we say regime, is the combination of all the people, which is the thieves, corrupted. You know what I mean? They can be some from Oromo, Tigrayans. This is how they create the system in back in the days, even the Middle time. For example, when we talk from the Adowa time, for example, Rasalula or something that we guys talk about it, you mostly cannot mention about the Oromos there, but who participated on that war, Adowa, for example, out of 11 generals, they are Oromos who participate there and leading on that war. But most of the time, you guys, you cannot even say it about Oromo, like the role of Oromo in that country. Oromo is over like 16 million population, which is for example, over 60 million population, which is this society has a huge role in Ethiopia, which is nothing gonna be work out if is Oromo in participate on the Ethiopian politics. To be honest, everybody they know, even make it great, they know how's the capacity of the Oromos. This is unquestionable. For example, some of them, the people in Oromo culture, there is many things. People, for example, if you do something bad in Oromo people, they cannot mention your name. For example, let's say Haile Selassie is Oromo. His dad is Oromo. We cannot mention his name, but they out of the 9 generals they participate in Adawa, because what they did to with the Mililik, they killed our people, their own people. We cannot mention, we cannot call them as a hero, those people. That's why we cannot roll and call anybody in Ethiopia has maybe they lead in Ethiopia, for example, like Fasilades. He's the leader of Oromon army back in the days, Fasilades. Anyway, they know Miki Chugwa, because we cannot mention those people or people who cannot done for us good for their own nation. So that's the thing, because we cannot mention in Aksum, we have a history with those Aksum, for example, Aksuma. They know, but these guys, if everybody they know, it's not a question, it's not deniable. This, you know what I mean? We have, for example, when we talk, there is many categories in Ethiopia. For example, we talk if we tribe for Semitics and Kushitics, which is who are descended. If we talk about the Semitics, which is they immigrated from the Arab and Yemeni. Which is Oromo is originally there in the Africa. The original native of Africa is Oromo. They are Kushitics, which is Kushitics means which is black, like burnt face. I mean, most of the time people say Ethiopia represent the burnt face who like us, like like that type of color. That's what it symbolifies.
Wow. Well, I mean, I appreciate that that history, Biru, and it's great hearing your voice. Again, this is a conversation anybody can join, and it always amazes me when I open it up and allow individuals to say what they want to say. If someone says, like, say for example, Mesky says, "Brother Jeff, where is your outrage for the Amhara genocide?" Let me just tell you. My outrage is there. And you should click that link and share your outrage. You don't have to wait for me. Every one of you that has something to share and to say about Amhara or anything else, you have an opportunity to say it, because we've been saying it. I started at the very beginning. I said, stop the Tigray genocide. And for those of you who say there's an Amhara genocide, I say stop that also. What's going on in Oromia, I say stop that also. What I'm saying to black folks throughout the diaspora is to rise up and use our humanity as an example and show how we can care for one another, even through our differences. The reason the Europeans are so easily able to divide us is because we're so very diverse. Everything that's on the planet comes through us and is a part of us. And so through divide and conquer, this is what has been used to destroy us as a people. And so when you say stop the Amhara genocide, I'll even say it louder than the folks that I went to the Me Too movements, not the Me Too, No More rallies. I've been at the No More rallies. When you talk about 27 years, I've been at Oromo rallies. They weren't talking about genocide. They were talking about land annexation and eminent domain. They were talking about land. When I went to just when you all had those rallies for like 2 weeks, I went to several of them. Even the Amhara weren't saying stop the Amhara genocide. What they were saying was Biden, stay out of our politics. That's what they were saying. They weren't advocating on behalf of anybody being raped or attacked or anything. They were saying, we want our piece of the pie. Stay out of our politics, Biden. Hands off Biden. They were talking about like Donald Trump. Fake news, fake news, fake news. I looked all over, and so I'm the one that says stop the Amhara genocide. Once I heard it, I'll say it. You are obviously the one that's ashamed or afraid to stand up and speak up for the Amhara community, because we've been talking about this for 3 hours, and some days we go 5 and 6 hours straight. You won't even click the link to speak up for individuals who are experiencing genocide in Amhara, but you're going to type on your keyboard, Brother Jeff, why don't you say it? Guess what? I'll say it. I think that Ethiopia is on the verge of collapse, because everywhere I look, I see genocide, genocide, genocide. And so maybe we need to figure out what can be done to stop the genocide on the entire, what you call, country of Ethiopia. Guhad, Guhaad, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead, my friend. I've got Mickey Tigray here with me also. If you want to make a comment, ask him any questions or ask us any questions, we are right here, and looking forward to whatever it is that you'd like to share.
Yes, I don't think I have a lot of questions for Mickey Tigray, because I know he's been a diaspora for the almost 2 decades or maybe 3 decades, and he was not responsible what happened in Ethiopia and what TBLF or EBR they've done to Somali people. And right now I feel sorry for what the Tigrayan people are going through today, because we know as a Somali people what a blockade, mass killing and starvation and genocide look like, because that's what we have been through for the last 25 years. I think TBLF or EBRDF regime did a good thing when they bring a constitution which is based on ethnic or nations and nationalities. But the problem, they did not implement. The constitution was just right there, sitting on paper, but it was not implemented. And it's just an African problem. Like, we want to, show the people the good thing, but implementation needs, steps to be taken to complete the process. But it did not happen. Maybe it's African problem. They just want to, stay the power for a long time. And that was the problem. Right now, the problem is Ethiopia do not share a history. And when the people do not share a history, you cannot create a nation which has nothing, to do with each other. For example, as a Somali people, we were a Somali nation whose livelihood was a nomadic society on Indian Ocean coastline. When the Europeans show up on our shores, they divided the Somali people into 5 regions. 1 under French, 3 parts under English, and 1 under Italian. The problem is in 1954, 1 part, which is right now called Somali State, was given to Ethiopia because, I don't know, somehow, Haile Selassie or Menelik, convincing them that they maybe the European did not want to see a united Somali country as a big country. Somehow it was a divide and rule. So they just leave. Well, they didn't give their freedom. They just give their freedom only two or three. One is Djibouti, which shared by Afar and Somali. The other one was under Italian, and the other one was under British. Actually, 3 parts of Somalia was under British. They only give one their freedom, and the rest it was which is called Ogaden or Somali State in Ethiopia or Eastern Ethiopia. They just handed off to Haile Selassie, and the other one is called Northern Frontier District or NFD, which is under Kenya. I think you know the Horn of Africa history. I don't have to tell you. You look like articulated person who read the history and know everything about Horn of Africa. But the current situation, which right now the current topic is, how can we solve what's going on in Ethiopia? Which is, I think, one of the mistakes that with the EBRDF or the change that TPLF bring on Ethiopia in 1991 was, I think the first thing they should have changed was the language, because the language and the history is what dominates the people. I think you should have changed the language to English so the people could understand. And right now the problem is, sometimes I was living my life in United States for a long time, and I tried to read Ethiopian books to learn the history of Ethiopia. But what I found out was I could not believe, was this a real history, or was just the trying to tell children? I was wondering, history which is based on only one ethnic community or one ethnic group, and the other ethnic groups do not share that history. I know Tigrayan has their own history, but the history I was reading was maybe the last 100 years, which only, based on Amhara. That's it. So I was wondering, that's where I find out Ethiopia cannot sustain as a nation. After now, I think the best solution is to give every nation and nationality a chance to get a self-determination. Whether they could be, whether they stay in Ethiopia, I don't think so. That will be a choice for many ethnic groups, which I think the Somali people would like to be the first to break away from Ethiopia, because in 2022, some people are thinking the way you see right now. You can read the trends, the social media, everything. I don't speak Amharic, and I did not grow up in Ethiopia. I grew up in Kenya, because for whatever reason, the last 3 generations, the Somali people was trying to flee from their homeland around Jigjiga and the Somali state because of the military regimes, whatever. Even the last 27 years, the Somali people was fighting for self-determination. And we knew, because somehow our people knew that Ethiopia could not, even though the TPLF or EBRDF, says it's a regional, which everybody have their own state, but it was just on paper. They did not implement a lot of stuff. But we were trying to get a greater autonomy, and for seeking greater autonomy, we really met with a lot of oppression and genocide. And I feel sorry for the Tigrayan people, because I know what blockade looked like. Back in 2009, I was doing petition for looking somebody who's helped me with signing this petition to stop the US aid to Ethiopian government, because they were really finding a lot of stuff with the local police or local militia who was killing a lot of people. By their own people, they were killing their own people. And the media was not like this. The media there was no media, there was nothing. There was a hidden genocide. And right now, I know as long as Ethiopia exists, there's this mad idea that freedom gonna kill the Ethiopian people. Freedom cannot kill a person. They could only prosper. Right now, for one good example, in Somali state, the Somali people who live they do not live who come from the Somali state, most of them right now, they live in Nairobi, Kenya, where they made a lot of business. But when you ask them why you don't go back and do this kind of business in Jigjiga, They say, Ethiopia is state. We cannot do anything like this. It's this mindset that the people cannot even go back to their homeland because of this fear of under Ethiopian regimes who repeatedly, have this crazy idea to kill the people, no matter what. So the solution right now, I think, is to, call the people right now. They say there's a national dialogue. I don't know whether it could be true. I can never believe anything which comes from the mouth of Ethiopian state. But if there's really a sensible solution, I think it could be a self-determination and asking the people, what do they want? How do they going to live their life? And if that's option, I think maybe there could be a chance. Even if they take a confederation and if they implement a new constitution, which much better than this one, even though this one was good constitution, but it was not implemented. We can live together because we live in the United States. We see how people run, local government, how people run the federal government. Everybody need a better life. If we can get a better life in our own country, we can live there. But until we get rid of this one ethnic history, which has nothing to do with other history, we cannot. Ethiopia cannot, create a sustainable state.
Wow, you said it. I mean, and they're individuals who believe that, and I read them in the chat. They believe that genocide is a great stepping stone for a wonderful society. And I'm saying when you get to genocide, you're about to fall off the cliff as a country. Like, it doesn't get any lower than genocide. Like that is nothing to be proud of. And I like what Go Ahead said in terms of there has to be something to turn this around. There have been individuals that are attempting to do that. Before we go, I definitely want to get Malachi. I know you've been waiting. I have a feeling that there might be an Amhara or someone who's like feels, they didn't get their voice in. So if you just hit the chat, if you're Amharic and you want to say something, I'll bring you like right up right now. But in the meantime, I'm going to Malachi. I think I saw if Malachi is still there. Malachi might be gone. Let me just take a look. Yeah, it might be gone. Well, with that being said, let's just, before we wrap things up, Yared, are you there? And Yared, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yared, go right ahead. I'm with Mickey Tigray. We're talking about 446 days of genocide, and there are other genocides taking place. Human rights abuses just seems to be an ever continuing story. Wash, rinse, and repeat. Ethiopia is beautiful, but it's also brutal. And if anybody just turns a couple of pages of history, you'll see what brutality looks like as it relates to black folks on black folks. Yared, go right ahead.
Yeah, hey, how you doing, Brother Jeff?
Man, I'm doing good, Yared.
Good. No, I'm just I do have just a couple of questions. That's all I spoke to you last time, and because I keep hearing Amhara, elite Amharas, elite. I still don't understand who the elite Amharas are to this point. The other thing is, like, it seems like a lot of scapegoating that's happening towards the Amharas right now from a lot of things that I'm hearing. But I don't understand right now. Abiy Ahmed is not Amhara. He's in power. His parliament, majority of them are Oromos. He's, you know what I mean? For the last 27 years, it was been the TPLF. So, we're still, regardless to it, we're going back 150 years. We're going back, I've been listening to the whole conversation. We're going back 200, 400, 1,000 years, and we're still talking about history. They did this, you did that. A lot of the information that I've heard today, several things, is just people have been rewriting history and doing this and doing that. but I mean, history is not going to help us resolve the situation right now.
Hmm.
What has to be is stopping the bloodshed on both sides.
Man,
So, I mean,
Yared, don't go anywhere. Hang out with us for just a second because you're with me. I'm like, what is going on and what is it going to take to stop it? But before you and I get into that conversation, because I'd really like to hear those, like, hang out with us because I'd like to hear exactly what you'd like to hear in terms of what's it going to take to stop this. But first, I want Mickey Tigray to answer your initial question about the Amhara
who are the elite Amharas, and then at the same
the
time,
Amhara elite.
yeah,
So
I wanna,
Mickey Tigray, when you say Amhara elite, what do you mean? Can you break that down for Yared and I, the Amhara elite?
Sure. Well, thank you, Brother Yared. So when we say the Amhara elite, we're talking about the Amhara politicians, those who are within the head of the military, those who on a regular basis, if you have been watching Ethiopian politics and Amharic on ETV, on Wallo Tube, Fana, FANA Broadcasting, Amhara Mass Media, they've been advocating for the elimination of the people of Tigray on a regular basis, including Daniel Kibret, who the Western governments have been saying this is unacceptable. He's been publicly using hate speech to wipe out the people of Tigray. And you know what else he's saying? We should erase everything that has a TPLF behind it, including all the schools that has been built in the last 27 years, everything that have happened in Ethiopia, he wants to completely wipe it out. So when we say the Amhara elite, we are talking the powerful people on the top who manipulates politics and diverts the reality on the ground and leads to falsehood of the average people inside and outside Ethiopia. Then those included in the chat who are saying, no, this is lies, this is that, and a bloodshed on both sides, I think you even say, look, let's be for real. I don't know what you mean bloodshed by both sides, but Tigray has been attacked by the federal troops of Ethiopia that's supposed to protect all Ethiopians. That includes the people of Tigray.
Give me 1 second.
That includes the Amhara people. That includes the Afar people. That includes the Oromo, the Beshangul, the Gambelas, the Somali, the Ogaden, all of them. And that didn't happen. Instead, they collaborated with Isaias Afwerki of Eritrea, brought in outside troops to attack an independent nation called Ethiopia. So I think the brother who spoke, I think 2 people before you,
Mesfin.
I think it was, he has like GU.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, like Goodhead.
Goodhead, yeah. I mean, he has some valid points. You know, look, I think sometimes when a marriage is like nasty, a peaceful divorce is a success. So you can't really, you sound very talented guy. You sound very wise person. And I don't mean this to condescend you, but the reality is, if you are Ethiopian origin, I don't know if you are, but if you are Ethiopian origin, like I am, you know who the elites are. You know, before the war started in Tigray has been surrendered. Cornered.
Around
all Eritreans, Amhara troops, Amhara militia and Amhara Milita, that is, way before the war actually broke out in Tigray. And they were talking how the Tigrayan Defense Forces in the Northern Command in Mekelle attack the Ethiopian troops. So the 17,000 plus Tigrayan ethnic troops of Ethiopian federal troops that serve Ethiopia proudly, do you think they deserve to be rounded up and to be put in jail for the past 446 days? So
I mean, you have to ask yourself that question, because the Northern Command was hit by the TPLF army.
No, let me finish.
Who's there to protect?
Let me finish, though, Yari. We're going to give you an opportunity to respond to what I'm telling you. But let me first educate you, then you understand the facts on the ground. The Northern Command was an excuse. It's called a scapegoat in the English terminology for your record. Tigrayan ethnics were being burnt in Gondar and various parts of Ethiopia before the war broke out. So you don't have to take my words for it. Google and YouTube and look up before November 4th, 2020, and you will see what was happening to Tigrayans. Do you know that the Amhara regional forces were blocking transportation, anything that was coming from Addis Ababa to Mekelle? Do you understand that the Northern Command attack was used as a scapegoat? Do you understand that more than 200 special forces came to Mekelle way before the Northern Command was attacked? And Abiy Ahmed sent the commandos to capture Debrecen, the regional government of Tigray, Getachew Reda, the advisor. He had 72.
You said a lot of things. You should let me rebuttal.
Hold on. Because this is very important for the viewers. It's not just for you. For the Amhara who follow the Amhara elite and believe in falsehood, and I believe you do as well, I want to be very clear, because I'm not saying EPRDF or TPLF were perfect running Ethiopia. They had their flaws. But what's happening, let's just say for you, to please your argument, to appease you, to make the argument shorter, let's just say I'm going to agree with you. The Northern Command got attacked, even though Tigray was being cornered by every troop from Somalia, from Eritrea, from Ethiopia, from the Amhara militia and Amhara Fana. Let's just say what I'm saying is false, because I want you to be so happy now. That is what happened, okay? And the Northern Command got attacked by TDF or by TPLF in Mekelle, okay? The Northern Command that belongs to the federal government of Ethiopia. Now, tell me why my family, civilians throughout Tigray, have no access to internet, to banks, to telecommunication, to the basic humanitarian needs. That rape and hunger is used as a weapon on civilians in Tigray. The entire population in Tigray is under attack. Okay, so if you're gonna tell me you want to come here and you want to have an honest discussion, okay. So let's say TPLF just screw up, because I want to use a different word, and so I want you to speak up and say the Abiy Ahmed administration, the Amhara elite, which you belong to, should not be bringing a foreign government, a foreign army from Eritrea.
So you're affiliating me with an affiliation that I have not agreed to. One. The second thing is...
you asked for the Amhara elite. I am suspecting you are an Amhara ethnic.
Obviously, I know, but you affiliated me with the elites.
No, I did not. No, I did not.
You said who you are, which is fine.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Yari. Go ahead, Yari. The floor is yours.
You want to call me. So, as far as, the Northern Command, you agree that it was attacked, which just initiated the war. This war was inevitable. It was going to happen regardless, because both sides wanted it. And TPLF was already preparing for this war prior to the start of the war, for the last 2 years. In evidence where all the weapons were found, buried in the churches and mosques and things like that. All of that doesn't constitute what's happening, which is what Brother Jeff is talking about. If anyone in their right mind should not be supporting any type of genocide. Now, from that last conversation that we had, Brother Jeff, I actually tried it. I think I put, because I wasn't able to put it in the Zoom, I put it in your Facebook or Messenger, which was the World Genocide Watch. The president of the World Genocide Watch, about 11 years ago, predicted this was going to happen because of what was going on at that time towards the Oromos and towards the Amaras by the TPLF, which was done strategically and politically. Like the last caller said, each area was was ran by their own people. Amaras was ran by Amaras, Tigrayan by Tigrayans, Oromos by Oromos. But at the end, at the top was the TPLF running that. So people are in nature are greedy and always want power. You know this, and so they used that power to kill their own people. Okay, and this was predicted about, I think it was 2010 or 29, but if any genocide was going to take place in the world, it was going to take place in Ethiopia, most likely against the Tigrayans because of what the TPLF was doing to the rest of the country. Now, we go back to the Constitution. This Constitution that they're not following was written by the TPLF. Okay? And then just one other topic that I wanted to talk about. Earlier, you mentioned something about the flag, why the people were not coming out with that flag. Because this flag came with the TPLF and people didn't support TPLF. Okay? And then I'm sure you remember the vote, I think was 97 or 2007, where the TPLF won 99.9% of the votes. This is the democracy that we're talking about. Now, I understand this concept of democracy is new to this country, and things are supposed to be done gradually. So there has been some steps that taken. I mean, the fact that we were able to elect, and we got someone that was elected who's Abiy Muhammad or whatever. I don't support him. And like you just said, you support him 100%. No, I don't support him because there are things that could have been done differently, strategically, to the point where it didn't have to come down to this. But the TPLF they're not willing to leave their power. They still want to be that top elite. You know what I mean? For the first year and a half, he kept asking for forgiveness, for freedom, for this, for that. You can keep your money, you can keep your land. Just, let's transition. They were not willing to transition, and they attacked the Northern Command. The Amaras got involved in that, which is another strategic move. At the end of the day, I mean, we see what's happening. Me and you, I'm sure, Miki Tigray, we're going to be on the same side, trying to fight something different, and it's coming soon because we're both those Amhara region and the Tigray region are being used right now as pawns for whoever is coming next. And
Yared, sorry to jump in, but I want to ask you just a quick question. Who attacked the Northern Command, and how do you know?
What do you mean? There was a representative from TPLF who came on national TV and said, yes, we did. We had to do it because they were coming. We were surrounded. We had to strike first blood.
Well, let me just ask you this question. Then why didn't they arrest him? Hold on. Why didn't they arrest him and try him just like it said in the Constitution?
It broke out into all-out war.
No, I'm still like in the Constitution. I read it with my own eyes. No one is considered guilty without a trial. No one.
Exactly, but I mean, the war hasn't even ended. The people.
No, I'm talking about the trial. Like. The trial, like that happened, like they said last November. It was way back, and then all of a sudden COVID happened, and there was elections that were supposed to take place. Elections didn't take place, but a war took place, and it was based on the war.
The elections took place in Tigray.
But that's in the Constitution. Yared, I don't want to go back and forth with you in terms of who's right and who's wrong. My point is when folks say the TPLF stormed the Northern Command, and we're in the United States, that's like saying the Democratic Party bombed the federal building right here with Timothy McVeigh bombed the building. That's like saying the Democratic Party bombed the federal building and it was Timothy McVeigh. Like, who did it? Like, and how do you blame a whole party and start a war behind it when you have a constitution that says if you're accused of a crime, you have a chance to defend yourself and have a jury?
How can, listen, Brother Jeff, how can you defend something when this president has just came into power, or a prime minister has just came into power. For 27 years, these people had military power, complete power of the parliament, complete power of the government. Before leaving office, had already taken, majority of the army and the military was already in Tigray under their supervision. So the fact that everybody's yelling, okay, he's buying drones, this, he's buying drone, that, they left him with an empty government. He didn't have anything. Of course, he had to buy in order to fight against the TPLF. They figured that they can win because he didn't have anything. They didn't leave no money. They didn't leave anything. They didn't leave any military. Until they got control of that, they weren't able to fight. So obviously, yes, they had to. Like I said, I'm not condoning. I'm not
make a good
everything
point.
That's happening.
You make a good point.
So that's the reason why, in order to take someone to court, and you have to catch them. You have to find those people who did this or who even gave the orders. Not even the military. A soldier is a soldier. Soldier takes orders. So I
want you to answer Mesky. Mesky is Mesky says, and I just want to tell you what she said. She said the common enemy was the TPLF, and we are grateful to the Eritreans for their help. You grateful for the Eritreans for your help against the TPLF, like Mesky, who says
under the Geneva and everything else. I don't condone any outside coming into a sovereign nation. But like I said, Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed had no military power at that point. He hadn't taken full control of the government just yet. So it would have been another takeover of TPLF. If he didn't get any help from anywhere else, that's what it would have been taking place. Not only that, if it was a domestic issue, should have ended as a domestic issue then, because it doesn't allow anyone else to come in. Once Eritrea or whoever comes in, it allows other countries to come in as well. You understand what I'm saying? So no, I don't support that.
Great, Yari, don't go anywhere. I'm going to keep pulling up these other callers and seeing if anybody answers a question like you and I are both interested in hearing in terms of a solution. And Mickey DeGraw, you got a few more minutes to hang out.
I do, and I do want to ask him real quickly, if you don't mind. Did he mention that the election in 2005 was won by 99%?
Yeah.
So, according to the record, it's actually EPRDF, out of the 547 seats in the federal system, 327 was won by EPRDF, 220 of the seats were won by the various parties in Ethiopia. So if you win 327 out of 547, the opposition won 220 seats. How do you get 99% EPRDF win?
Well, see, we'll get back to Yard in just a second. I'm going to go and see. Let me see who we haven't had a chance to hear from, and it looks like ADUGNAW. Adugna. I'm apologizing if I said your name incorrectly, and I'm sure I did. ADUGNAW. If you'd like to join us, go right ahead. I know that it might be a problem because folks have been waiting. SEGED. Seged. Are you there, Seged?
I'm here.
Go right ahead.
Well, thanks for doing this, and thanks for speaking on the topic of war on Tigray. Yared sounds to be a very articulate person. He also seems to be quoting few predictions. But in fact, one of them that he predicted, he said, the Director General of Genocide Watch has actually predicted a genocide against the Tigrayans will happen in the near future based on what the TPLF was doing. I would like to see that article. If you can, please paste the link to that article. I think the solution for Ethiopia is right in front of us. I think a person like Yared, a person like Mesfin, and others who can articulate and speak for Ethiopia should ask themselves what the people of Ethiopia, not just Tigray, what the people of Ethiopia are asking. The only reason we are hearing about Tigray is because Tigray is able to defend itself. It's able to stand for itself. It's able to say no to submission and subjugation. That's the only reason we are hearing about Tigray. Otherwise, the fight for self-determination is there with the Gumuz people. It is there by the Afaris. It's there by the Somalis, the Somali friend, brother he was talking earlier. When I say this, I'm not trying to say the TPLF is an angel, that they have done everything by the book, everything is good. That's not what I'm saying. Far from it. But when we are comparing what they have done, when compared to others, listen, Brother Jeff, I'm pretty sure you know this. 27 years or 30 years ago, when the TPLF came to power along with the PRDF, they have invited all the opposition parties. But all these elites, I think Yared, he knows who the elites are, but elites, the remnants of the Haile Selassie regime, the remnants of the Derg regime, what do? They flock into the Western world. They started a fight, they started opposition. Nobody had actually helped the TPLF in building Ethiopia. All this record economy and others that you see in Ethiopia, the things that need to go down, infant mortality rate, life expectation, all the things that need to go down per the United Nations, per the World Bank, per the IMF, they have gone down. All the things that need to go up, they have went up. They have done this, they were hoping, when I say they, well, quote unquote TPLF, they were hoping, the government at the time, were hoping if they are able to lift the economy of the country, all these other problems will go away. They cannot do everything by themselves. There are the technocrats and the bureaucrats that are there, are all remnants of the previous regimes. There is sabotage, there is bribery, there is corruption. A lot of people would say Tigray is actually sinking because of all the looted money and gold that is going from central Ethiopia to Tigray. This was basically people telling you that Tigray is what's up. I am from Tigray. I have seen Tigray. I have seen how my relatives were living in Tigray. There was no improvement in their livelihood in Tigray. That is the reality. The guy talks about how the Northern Command was attacked. Come on, man. 3 years prior to the war, there was no access to Tigray. No access. You can't access Tigray from Gondar. You can't access Tigray from Wollo. Or of course, the Eritrean case is known. The only access there was through Afar. Why? Because historically, the Afar people and some of the area in Afar was part of Tigray. People would tell you Western Tigray, which is Humura and that area, used to be, Walgait, used to be from Amhara. And the Raya, Kobo area used to be Amhara. And they claim it. But nobody would tell you half of Tigray was given to create the region of Afar. Nobody would debate. Nobody would say, oh, no, Tigray, by the way, this Afar region was yours, so take it, but Raya and Kobo is ours, and so is Humura is ours. No, nobody will tell you that. Why was it even, why did the TPLF give all that territory to Afar? Because they want to implement a constitution that was based on nations and nationalities. They wanted to find a solution. They have invited people to be part of the solution. Nobody has helped them out. Like I said, the elites. Who are the elites? The remnants of the government of Haile Selassie, the remnants of the government of Derg. By the way, people blame the TPLF and the PRDF for losing Eritrea. What was the question of Eritrea? Eritrea was colonized by the Italians for over, I don't know, 50 years. A lot of Ethiopians don't even know that it was colonized for over 50 years. There was a referendum that was done back in the day, after Mussolini was defeated, after Hitler was defeated. League of Nations decided the British will administer Eritrea, and then there was a referendum. In that referendum, the Eritreans rightfully chose to be part of Ethiopia as part of the federation. Haile Selassie went ahead and burnt all their curriculums in Tigrinya and replaced it with Amharic. That started the revolution by the Eritreans. It was just that same referendum that was done under an amicable government, which is the EPRDF government, and we lost Eritrea. Talk about solution? That's what's going to happen. You talk about 3,000 history of Ethiopia. Brother Jeff, if one of my arms is amputated, would I say myself I am fully functional, a full human being, or would I say I am a handicapped person? That's obvious. I'm a handicapped person. If Eritrea was colonized for 50 years from Ethiopia, would I say Ethiopia is the only nation in Africa that was never colonized? And at the same time, I would say Eritrea is part of Ethiopia? Which a lot of people say. No. I would say I was under a colony because Eritrea is part of Ethiopia. That's what we truly believe. If we don't believe that, then Ethiopia, by virtue, then by association, was then colonized because Eritrea has been colonized. But what you hear, I'm pretty sure you haven't heard this argument in the past, but it's an argument that I make often with friends. Ethiopia, why I say some of the Ethiopian history is fake is this is one of the reasons. People blame the TPLF for giving up Eritrea. No. Eritrea went, fought, and, gained its independence based on the agreement from the 1950s, that federation that was violated by Haile Selassie. That's what happened. That's the reality. That is a reality. The letter, the Giz alphabet, it's not an Amharic alphabet. Everybody knows it as an Amharic alphabet. Wrong. It's not a Tigrinya alphabet. It's not an Amharic alphabet. It's a Giz alphabet. But that's not what I learned in school. That's not what the children learn. This genocide, modern day genocide, we heard about it because of Twitter, because of Facebook, because of all the communication, social media. Otherwise, this type of genocide happened in the 1950s when Haile Selassie brought the British bomb from Yemen and bombed Tigray. It had happened in the 1800s when Menelik, trying to consolidate power, has actually, took parts of Walqai to Gondar, to his wife's brother or whatever. And then Haile Selassie in the 50s gave part of Raya to his son Asfaosen to make it part of Wollo. This is the history. So, fellow Ethiopians, let's learn the reality. Let's learn what people are asking. Let's learn what people are requesting. Ethiopian history, if it's 3,000 years of history, let's learn what that history is. Who the history makers are. My brother earlier was talking about the people from Oromo that fought in Adwa. Everybody fought in Adwa, for sure. And he is right. Nobody wants to be mentioned. They actually was changing Oromo's names into Amhara names. If somebody has an Oromo name, they will rename it to an Amhara name. This is the philosophy and the ideology that Haile Selassie was using. Sometimes, Menelik was also using. Sometimes I wonder to myself, did Menelik only make Amharic the only vernacular language in the country because what? They don't have resources to print curriculum in Tigrinya, in Orominya, in Somalinya, in Afarinya, in Amharic. Is that the reason they chose Amharic? I try to give them the benefit of the doubt. But fast forward to Haile Selassie time. Fast forward to Derg time. Fast forward to other times. Why couldn't people learn their own language? Why people couldn't learn their own culture? People are asking to practice their culture, their language. Brother Jeff and others, I have a child for an Amhara girl. One day my mom was telling me what happened in the 50s. The topic that I just mentioned, the British planes came from Yemen and were bombing Tigray, all that kind of stuff. I asked my mom, Mom, why didn't you tell me this before? And my mom's answer, you know what it was? Why would I want to tell you? If I don't have anything good to say, why would I want to tell you? For you to hate so that you don't have friends? If I had told you that, you wouldn't have had this girl from an Amara wife. These friends, these Amara friends, you wouldn't have had that. So there's nothing good to say about what had happened. We try to bury it and move forward. That's what people try to do. Our brother Yared was saying the Northern Command will attack. Come on, man. You're an intelligent man. 3 years, Tigray was surrounded. When the locust swarm was hitting the Eastern Africa, mainly even Tigray and Wollo, no aid was being distributed to Tigray. And Tigray is part of Ethiopia. No budget was being released to the Tigray government, irrespective of their differences. Why? It's because they want to subjugate Tigray. If they had issues with the TPLF, I wish they just isolated just TPLF. But no. There's Isaias, who wants to see the demise of the TPLF at any cost. And this war was inevitable, my brother. And in today's world, there is satellite imagery. There is troop accumulation from Gondar, from Eritrea, from Wollo, surrounding to Tigray. What do you think they were going to come? What do you think they were going to do? What do you think they were cooking? Do you think this war wasn't going to start if an attack didn't begin? There was an Antonov plane of special forces commandos that went to Tigray to arrest authorities. You know about this. I'm pretty sure you know, because from the way you talk, the way you articulate, I'm pretty sure you know. So, we want a solution. Let's hear to the facts. Let's not try to hide, well, TPLF did this and TPLF did that and TPLF. Of course, if you're going to give credit, if you're going to criticize for all the progress that was done in Ethiopia, just blame them for all the ill, also give them all the credit. I remember when we were trying to raise funds for the Renaissance Dam, everybody was opposing it. Everybody. When I say everybody, on the opposing, the elites, the people that opposed TPLF and the PRDF at the time. Everybody. In fact, you know the story. This money was made to be refunded to everybody with penalty because they didn't follow certain specific SEC rules. Yet again, when Abiy came, they want to build this dam. Everybody's rolling around building that dam. So let's just be realistic. Let's not try to alienate people and to push people around and say, well, I'm a Tigray, therefore I'm an Ethiopian. Nobody's saying that. But if you push people, what do you think people are going to do? You're inviting foreign governments to attack? I think you, all Ethiopians, we all Ethiopians should be proud for the TDF forces for standing for all these forces. And then, come on, the transition of the government, had the TPLF been as evil as they are being made to be, they wouldn't have handed the security apparatus, the economic apparatus, the governance, everything to Abiy. And Abiy was part of it for 20 plus years. They probably would have, taken anything that they need to take. You don't think they were not aware about the drone technology? I don't think this was the least of their anticipation that the war was going to start. It was inevitable. We knew it was coming. But they have tried to avoid this time and again. So I think we need to be somewhat realistic and try to rally around and see what's happening. Rape is wrong. Starvation is wrong. Blockade is wrong. All these things are wrong. And for everybody else to say, dance around, hey, TPLF is trying to come back to power. They said it time and again. They said it that we don't want any power. We don't want it. We just want to, work for our people. They have said it. So I think, thanks for the opportunity, but I just wanted to get these things out. And I wish everybody kind of try to see at the facts and then try to put blame where blame needs to go, and at least try to be factual, trying to see what, another brother was asking, well, people in the villages and others, they don't know what's going on. This is the elites doing it. He's right. But people that we say are elites, the people that are able to articulate, the people that are able to read, the people that are able to understand and converse, we need to be able to at least talk facts. It's shameful. It is just one more point. It's shameful. Shameful. It's shameful for me as an Ethiopian to say it, but the Walaita people during Haile Selassie, if somebody from Walaita comes to court to testify, they will be asked where they're from. If they say they're from Walaita, you know what they say to them? I'm ashamed. But what they say to them is, you are not good enough to be a witness, because they had categorized them as liars. This is what Ethiopia is. This, unfortunately, is what our history is.
Powerful. Sagad, please, on my Facebook, go in and inbox me. I'd like to get your contact because I got some more questions for you. We're going to begin to wrap things up. Don't go anywhere because I haven't even gotten around to, many other questions I have, like the formation of the All Amhara People's Organization, because what I'm seeing is a lot of nationalism, and I know what nationalism is when I see it. And I know genocide as well. Genocide always is preceded by an ambiguous reason that no one knows who did what, whether it's someone who was shot down in a plane, or whether it was the Northern Command that was ambushed, whether it was Walwal when Mussolini decided to come in after he had decided to take over Ethiopia in partnership with the French and the British. And the masses of the people are so uninformed that they just parrot the reason, not knowing that the reason is really just an excuse. There's no way anyone could say that the TPLF did anything, but the Tagaru people are experiencing genocide. There's no one that can tell me that, we have a constitution that says that you have a right to face your accuser and know what your charges are. You have very intelligent people who will say things like, well, but they said they did it. Like they represents everybody everywhere. And they go to the Northern Command to say, this is why I'm comfortable with systemic rape. This is why I'm comfortable with individuals being starved to death. This is why I'm comfortable being a Muslim and mosques being destroyed. This is why I'm comfortable with being a Christian with churches being destroyed. This is why I don't mind with worshipers being gunned down while they are worshiping. This is why I don't care about communication. This is why I don't care about, access to health care, because the Northern Command was attacked by the TPLF. When intelligent people began to accept those types of excuses and rationale that lead to genocide, the reason, Yared, history is important is because if you don't learn from it, it continues the wash, rinse, and repeat cycle. And that's why we're saying stop the genocide in Tigray. Saged, I really want you to inbox me your information, because I need to know someone who knows what those tablets say in Aksum that are written in Ge'ez and get written in Greek and written in different languages. And it's not just one. I saw two of them, one coming into Oxum and one in downtown Oxum, etc. There's so many individuals that don't have even the slightest grip of history, and they use nationalism. For example, and I will say this before I go, the Amhara elite are an elite. It was the language and the culture of the court, of the empire. And if you were going to rise in the military or in the government or in the circles of influence, you needed to take on the trappings of the Amharic culture and the language, etc. That's why you have so many individuals walking around that have very rich histories, traditions, languages, etc., but they won't speak them, they won't share them, they won't spread it because they think it's not good enough, because they're somehow not as good as the ruling class. In the United States of America, we call that white supremacy. And what it is you've got everybody now trying to fight to get their history put into the U.S. curriculum because it has been erased. And right now you have individuals who believe that they are Amharic simply because they're Amhara because they speak Amharic, and nothing could be further from the truth. You've got the Amharic elite, the Amhara elite, and you've got the Amhara that are in villages, that are farmers, that are a part of the language and have been exposed to those who were in the military and went back home, etc. And then you have the elite that will manipulate them into believing that they are Amhara, and they will go and attack their own very people, whether they be Tagaru, whether they be Oromo, whether they be, from afar or whatever, because they don't know who they are. And that's what genocide does. It erases who you are, and it makes you something else. And at best, they will try to eliminate you from the planet. So, Saget, thank you so much for what you shared. Everyone, thank you for what has been shared. It's coming up, I think, on 4 hours. Mickey Tigray, I want to give you maybe the final words, and we'll let everybody know that we'll come back maybe Wednesday. Mickey will... Listen, for those who didn't get an opportunity to join the conversation, and there are a few more, we will definitely, make it possible. Like here's what I'll do. ESU, are you there? ESU, are you there? Go ahead and unmute if you are. Go right ahead. You get the final comment.
Jeff.
Go ahead.
Jeff, how are you?
Dehando.
Jeff, I would like to, I know, it's too long for you, but it's very sad, still, the Tigray people are, with no food, with no water, no medication, while we are even having talk, and then, a lot of explanation, people are dying. It's very sad. Those elitists, they're not gonna come, even with something, humanity or, any make sense. When you tell them, people are dying there, they will tell you, straightforward, they deserve. And then on the national TV, like, Daniel Kipret, one of the government advisor, in the national TV of Ethiopia, he said, oh, those people, we didn't hurt them, that much. That's why they are surviving. We have to clean them up, from the surface of the earth. They are cancerous. That's why they said, we have to focus on this one. We have to bring them, to the justice, to this kind of, evil people. They hiding behind, by religion and then by unity. How could it be unity? Bringing, the neighbor enemies for 30 years to hurt and torch and destroy all this, the Ethiopian, what you call it, still we are Ethiopians as Until now, we haven't divorced yet. But those things, we have to be focused on this one. They will tell you, take you to the history over there, over that. They will take you, out of your rail or out of your way. So, those elites, the Shua, empires, they were even selling people, from Wallaga. They call them, the niggers, or they were selling them, to the what do you call it? What they call them, the kings, or the loyal families, and then they call them the black nigger or black slaves, and then they were selling them, and then they were making them serve, to in their farm and everything. It never happened, Africans would do, make slavery, what you call it. So those people, they are unique. They are trying to be, Pan-African, we're going to be this one, junta, Wayane. There is nothing to do with Wayane. There is nothing to do with politica. They like to bring, the 1818 empire system for the few, big tummy or, big consumers from the people. So we have to focus on this one, brother Jeff. So thank you so much. It's been long for you, the whole day. And then I would like to thank, to Mickey, Tigray too. You guys are, wonderful to be the voice of to the innocent people down there. So we have to focus on the things, they will take you everywhere. Oh, the Battle of Adwa, who are you? The Battle of Adwa belongs to the whole Africans. It happened in Tigray. The mothers Tigray was the one, they were, doing incredible job while they defeating, the colonialists. So we have to highlight to Africans. Please, Jeff, highlight those things. We have to save those people. They make us, proud to entire of black Africans in the world. So, the media, the technology, the words works very well. So we have to focus on those things. We're not gonna, talking to them, to telling us, the truth, because they sleeping already. For someone, sleeps, purposely, you're not gonna wake them up. So thank you, Brother Jeff, for your time. It's been, long, thank you. I appreciate you. I will come with other helpful, thoughts, next time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Isu. And we're going to go ahead and wrap things up. Mickey Tigray, I'm going to step away for just a second. Can you give some closing remarks in a couple of minutes, and then I'll come right back, and I appreciate you. Mickey Tigray, you've heard a lot. Put a bow on this, and then we'll come back another day. Go ahead and unmute and put a bow on it.
You got it. Well, everyone, thank you first and foremost. Sagad, Yared, Isu, Uru, Marcos. I know there's more of you. Listen, we have some smart people that lacks decency. When fellow Ethiopians are under attack, Yared, you seem very level-headed person, but it's very sad for you to come on a show and to continue the Amhara elite propaganda machine that's been spreaded throughout Ethiopia, the hatred towards the Tigray people, using the word TPLF. I was stunned for you to say weapons were hidden at mosques and churches. Weapons hidden in churches and mosques in Tigray. I'm not sure what planet you live, but if you live in the same planet that I live, it's very disgrace and very ashamed to spread these kind of lies and falsehood. And for you to justify that because Abiy Ahmed did not have full control of the Ethiopian military, that's why he brought in Eritrea to attack your fellow Tigrayans or Ethiopians in Tigray, and you were using the word but. Abiy Ahmed had to do it because he did not have control of the Ethiopian military. No, Abiy Ahmed had to do it because Abiy Ahmed happens to be a little chicken. A real man does not hurt people. He sold Ethiopia. Under Abiy Ahmed, what you see is a destroyed economy, a country that currently has 20 billion with a B dollars of debt. Billions of dollars is spent on military weapons, including drones. Ethiopia is the second country in Africa after Egypt to obtain drones. Arabs are using their old drones to practice on your fellow Ethiopians in the Tigray region and the Oromia region, to drop bombs over their heads, to terrify. Like the rape that took place for the first 7 months in Tigray was not enough. The starvation used as a weapon somehow was not enough for the first 7 months in Tigray. The continuous killing of civilians in Tigray, in western Tigray that is in Hamara, dead bodies flowing in the river of Tekeze, where I traveled actually last summer to the refugees in Sudan, where I cross over that river and to see my fellow Tigrayans to be tossed into the river, and for you to utilize this platform for falsehood, that the war was somehow calculated by both sides. Let me be clear. In Tigray, they had 9,000 regional troops, 9,000. Just in the United States of America, some states have 3,000 to 5,000 to 10,000, what they call them National Guard, which makes up the national military of the United States, but each state has a sizable military depending on the size of the state. When the Amhara regional forces and the Fana was preparing for 3 years prior to the attack in Tigray, Tigray simply was voicing its concern to the UN, to the federal troops, the federal government in Addis Ababa. When the roads were blocked off to Tigray, when the Amhara elites were murdering Tigrayans based on their ethnics and burning their businesses in Gondar and various areas of Ethiopia, the federal government was not taking action. So, Seged mentioned, after I mentioned also, let's be clear, before the Northern Command was attacked, before the war on Tigray was declared, Abiy Ahmed, using commercial flights, 2 commercial flights from Addis Ababa to Mekelle that flew in with special commandos to kill or arrest 72 of the Tigrayan top leadership, military leadership, civilian leadership, so forth and so on. And when those commandos were faced storming fight in Mekelle and destroyed, Abiy Ahmed dispatched his main guy in Asmara, that's in Eritrea. That plan was unsuccessful. And troops from all over Ethiopia and Eritrea, including Ethiopian troops that flew from Addis Ababa to Asmara, were headed to enter to Tigray through Ibn Hajar, which is north of Hamara, north of Shararo, Shire, Rama, which would head to Adwa and Aksum and Shire and whatnot, through Zalambesa, through I can go the list on and on. I'm giving you a summary of what we faced. And when it was do or die for Tigrayans, they chose to rise up, and they fought with nothing to take down tanks, the first and the only C-130 U.S. plane that's supposed to take out the tanks, the various weapons from Mekelle when when the Bulsigana party, where I call them Baligana, were about to be defeated. That C-130 was shot down by TDF. Outside Mekelle, there was a warehouse full of weapons. Over 600 Ethiopian federal troops were guarding it. Little did they know, less than 10 miles, Mekelle was under TDF control on June 27, 2021. And when someone went over and asked the troops why they were still there guarding the warehouse that was full of weapons, they said, well, we're federal troops. We got to guard it. They said, but Mekelle is under TDF. And they thought it was just a joke, but it wasn't. It took 3 minutes for them to be disarmed. Somebody in the show said, in Oromia, when soldiers are captured, you don't kill them. You treat them with humanity. That's what we see every day in Tigray. Fighters from various parts of Ethiopia, when they're captured, they're treated like human beings. Civilians in Tigray, in Ethiopia, including those who were deported from Saudi Arabia, have been on Ethiopian television, been called junta, captured people with civilians. So with that in mind, my point here is when we talk about the elite, we're talking like the various people we have mentioned in this show, and some of you who are a member of the Gunaba 7 and who are a member of the Bulsigana Party. And if you guys haven't heard this, Harmenda Aragawi is for the first time under U.S. investigation for being an agent for the Ethiopian government, for the Ethiopian security services in the United States. So with that, when we say who the elites are, I hope that we made it clear to you who the elites are. I hope that you believe in humanity, that you can speak for the truth, and that when girls and women are raped, when civilians are massacred, that you would actually say, no, it doesn't matter if they're in Tigray, it doesn't matter if they're in Amhara or region, in Afar, whatnot. My family, Seged, and the various Tagaro on this platform, by the way, Seged is from my community, so Brother Jeff, I'll get you his contact, don't worry about it. But for the rest of you, fellow Ethiopians, please, I will leave you with this. Open your mind, open up your heart, and think the injustice that's happening to the ethnic Tigrayans of Ethiopians in Ethiopia, and you will sleep better when you know you did something right.
Wow. Thank you, Mickey Tigray, and to everyone that wanted to participate. And there are a few that we weren't able to get to. We will come back. We'll be back. It's been, 446 days, 447, depending on what side of the pond you're on. And that's 447 days of systemic rape, 447 days of food being used as a weapon, 446 days of displacement. I can't even wrap my mind around it. But I'm starting to learn more and more about and seeing through the myth of what we've been shared about Ethiopia. Our potential is great, but our reality right now is horrible. The potential is great. The reality is horrible. And anyone is elite. Each and every one of you who get an opportunity to deny genocide and rape and starvation, you're an elite. You can see for 446 days, there are a lot of individuals who don't have that luxury to say, you know what, well, maybe let me double check, let me look. You know what, by the time you investigate a genocide, the genocide has already happened. It's kind of like going to see if the house burnt down. The house has to be burnt down when you get there so you can say, yeah, the house is burnt down. Well, for those of you who have an inkling of humanity in your heart, don't wait for someone to tell you that a genocide took place. A genocide is taking place. Women have been raped. Children have been raped. Innocent individuals are being starved. And when someone says, well, the reason is because 27 years, if you have a democracy, you have a new administration, this is all on the hands of your new leader, that's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. You don't get to say, oh, there's rape in Amhara, there's rape in Tigray, there's rape and genocide in Oromia, there's rape and genocide in Afar, there's rape and genocide everywhere, and it was 37 years ago. We're talking about right now. Like, and like, how childish is that? Like, are we as black people so ignorant and childish that we say, well, the reason this was getting raped like today is because 4 were raped yesterday? At some point, somebody has to say, you know what? We have a new government. If you didn't like what you had and now you have something else, what you're doing is you're using what was in the past as an excuse for what you can't do right now. Maybe you don't have the solution, especially when you've got genocide all over the place. And you got individuals that would rather us stay quiet in the world because you're quiet. Many of us don't want to have on our conscience what you seem to be very comfortable with. And the most heartbreaking thing that I heard today is when a grown man can walk into his mama's house, his daddy's house, and say, who is this you, Wayani, about a little girl. That tells you that this hatred precedes the attack on the Northern Command. Stop the genocide in Tigray and everywhere else. Black folks, we're better than this. Christians, we're better than this. Muslims, we're better than this. Everybody who practices indigenous spiritual practices, you're better than this. And for those of you who are saying, how much are we getting paid? We don't have to get paid to say genocide is not a good thing. We don't have to get paid to say starvation is not a good thing. We don't have to get paid to see folks getting thrown off of cliffs and items being taken out of vaginas and hospitals being bombed. We don't have to say that. And the reason you can say that is because you are safely away, perhaps not in Ethiopia right now. You've already experienced this in your lifetime. It's wash, rinse, and repeat. Your grandmama already went through it. Your mother went through it, and now you're going through it. And you get to watch from the outside this time. But believe me, it's happening right now. This is not the first time the Tagaru have been attacked. This is just maybe one of the recent times where they said, we're out of here. Who are we? Tagaru. What have we been doing? Trying to be busy getting folks together that have no intention of being together. Stop the genocide in Tigray. And at the end of the day, if you are so ignorant to think that a dictatorship under the leadership of Isaias Afwerki is a solution for Ethiopia, and now you had what is that wonderful lady's name? Let me find that wonderful lady's name. Misky, or you are saying we're so grateful for Eritrea coming in and helping us. Please don't tell me you know how to read. Just tell me you're making statements like that because you are super ignorant. If you think that Isaias Afwerki is a friend of Ethiopia, and if you think that Eritreans who have been raised by Italians for 50 years and then another 10 years under the British would make almost 100 years identify with you as an Ethiopian, as a brother, a sister, or a friend, you are out of your mind. And if you want to partner with a dictatorship and you're grateful for their help, I don't know. We probably got to wash your heart. We like that. We gotta wash your heart. Stop the genocide in Tigray. I don't want that to happen to you or anybody, and you shouldn't want it either. Thank you, Isaias Afwerki. Really? You got. Look at this picture before I go. You got, and when I show you this picture, this is Amhara and Eritreans. I already told you there's 9 or 10 ethnic groups that comprise Ethiopia. That's one with Eritrea. So don't let them tell you that those are Ethiopians. That's one group that seem to be saying, whoo, the fight's over with Nobel Peace Prize. Like, Nobel Peace Prize. Abiy Ahmed, Nobel Peace Prize. Genocide, I'm so happy we're together, Eritrea. The way the Eritreans have been conditioned, they hate you too. We all got to figure out how to stop hating one another, because when someone walks into a door and says, who is this Wayani? Everybody needs to just wake up. And okay, like Musi says, they lied to me. So stop lying to me. The Eritreans are beautiful people, but dictatorships are horrible. Ethiopians are beautiful people, but genocide is horrible. And if you think that's a lie, I don't know what to say, except Tigray Tisser. Thank you, Mickey Tigray. Thank you to each and every one of you. And what we're going to do right now, again, is ask that you share this with someone, let someone know, and don't get into the political argument about what is and what isn't. When somebody asks you what's going on, just say, stop the genocide in Tigray, stop the genocide everywhere, respect human rights abuses. And when they say, but they stormed the Northern Command, you're telling me that little child stormed the Northern Command that's starving to death? You're telling me that these women that are getting raped are the ones that stormed the Northern Command? You're telling me that hospitals that are being destroyed and medicine that is not being delivered stormed the Northern Command? And when you say storm the Northern Command, why don't you just use your Constitution and bring someone forward, charge them, try them, and practice at least a sense of decency? Stop the genocide in Tigray Tisser.
Allow humanitarian access! Allow humanitarian access! Abiy Ahmed to the ICC! 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 Reconnect Tigray! Reconnect Tigray! Reconnect Tigray! Reconnect Tigray! Reconnect Tigray! Reconnect Tigray!
Over 20,000 young girls and women have been raped by Eritrean and Ethiopian military men because of the ongoing genocide. Out of the 6 million population of the Tigray region, 5.2 of them are facing a man-made famine. This is all because the dictator in Ethiopia wants to stay in power illegally and unconstitutionally. We, as a global citizens, have the power to come together and stop the suffering of the innocent people. We are here calling on the U.S. government to impose targeted economic sanctions on Ethiopia and Eritrea, to impose arms embargo so that these genocidal forces do not continue to buy armaments and kill innocent people. You can join our social media movement by using the hashtag Tigray Genocide on Twitter. You can also join our grassroots movement and lobbying efforts by talking to your senators and Congress people and pushing them to impose sanctions on Ethiopia and Eritrea. Sanction Ethiopia! Sanction Ethiopia! Sanction Ethiopia! Sanction Ethiopia! Sanction Ethiopia! Sanction Ethiopia!
Isaias to the ICC! Isaias to the ICC! Isaias to the ICC! Isaias to the ICC! Drop food, not bombs! 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 against the ongoing state-sponsored genocide in Tigray, Ethiopia. For the past 9 months, the government of Ethiopia colluded with the government of Eritrea to bomb, rape, murder, massacre, and annihilate the Tagaru people. Of the 6 million innocent civilians in Tigray, over 90% of the population is in need of emergency humanitarian aid. There's no food, no water, no gas, no electricity. The people are being annihilated in complete darkness. We've been fighting for 9 months on the street, but we can't do it alone. We need our allies and our outside communities to speak up on our behalf. We united together in the 80s when our people were starving, and we need to do it together again. The people have no food, no water, no aid. They've completely blocked access to the region, and the government of Ethiopia and Eritrea have weaponized hunger and rape as a means to further their own political agenda. We need to unite together and use our voice to bring an end to this. We've done it for the last 9 months, and we can't let up. Who are we? Who are we? Who are we? What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? What do we want?
I want justice!
I want justice!
I want peace!
I want peace!
We demand justice!
We demand justice!
We demand peace!
We demand peace!
Weaponized hunger is a crime!
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 Stop the war on Tigray!
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 Ethiopia is guilty of genocide!
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 Ethiopia is guilty of genocide!